Hello there, everyone. False start, but we're back now, and welcome to tonight's Pac-U Collegiate Invitational for Overwatch. Tonight's scheduled games include the following matches: Washington State University's Cougs versus University of Colorado Boulder's Buffaloes, then later University of Utah's Utes versus University of Washington's Dogs, then finally University of California Berkeley's Golden Bears versus Arizona State University's Sun Devils. As for ourselves, the Pac-U is a group of schools working together to connect directly and plan events and matches that are, from a schedule standpoint, modeled after how analog sports are showcased. Communicating with one another to form a community digitally is something that many of us in this past year have not been able to do. We will be streaming on the Pac-U Gaming channel, on Twitch, plus respective universities' pages whenever possible. Now, to introduce ourselves yet again, and for the last time this academic semester, I am Gabriel Del Rosario from Washington State University, and I'll be serving as Artie, one of your casters for tonight.
And I'm Jesse Brothers. I'm a student at Arizona State University, and I'll be serving as one of your casters tonight as Twin Salty. And
Yeah.
I am hyped tonight, Artie. We got more games tonight, longer games. And these matches, man, they just look like blockbusters.
They are. So for starters, everyone, for those of you watching at home, we have a few changes for this last academic semester's week. We have that they are going as a first or best of 5 matches, first to 3, and that there are 3 matches, as you may have noticed from the announcements. Not
it's
only
gonna
that,
be longer night. You get to hear us for longer, which I hope we don't. I don't know. I hope we keep it entertaining tonight. It's gonna be a long night, but it's gonna be a fun night. All these games, with them being longer, we get to see different, maybe settings than what they're used to. We may get to see these teams on assault maps, which we have not got to see. We're gonna see more of these teams on escort maps. Maybe they haven't got to many of them throughout it, and you never know. Maybe we have a map 5 in the mix, as we're gonna be loading into Lijiang Tower for our first game tonight.
Yeah, and we're going to be seeing our hero setups at the beginning. We will note that there were a few patches recently. Would you like to actually go over those, Twin? There's some interesting ones on the list that might change some compositions here, though it doesn't seem like it's going to change that much for Washington State University.
I would say there's a few patches that came in today. The big ones, in my opinion, are Ana for her nade. If one of your teammates is full health, it'll go straight through them, so you're not wasting as many nades, as well as Moira's healing consumption is lower, so you can heal for longer periods of time. And then for Brig, her base health has been lowered by 25. So I'm kind of curious on the support lineups, how that's going to be changing tonight.
You do note that you will see Lucio, actually, hold on, but Lucio from Boulder is going to be trying to bounce someone off the edge there. It doesn't quite end up being successful. Another note to put on here, though, you will see deaths back and forth. I cannot even intro this segment as deaths are going crazy left and right. You have lost, however, both tanks here in this fight. So right now it is just the DPSs and supports. However, that seems like that is all they are going to need for now. I was going to say that the interesting lineup change that you'll see here is that you have Sandbox God in the second DPS slot, implying that your other DPS is missing on this list, which is very, very interesting. We haven't seen Sandbox play at all this year. They're actually my co-director in broadcast on the WSU side of things. So internally, I'm cheering them on, but we must remain unbiased, or at least to some degree.
Yes.
While that,
it looks like it could be another clean reset here for Washington State. So far, so good right now for Sandbox's debut. I think it was just a very early boop there. We're going to see Illicit swap off of the Ana and onto the Brig, as well as Bird Boys going onto that Zen. So, as much as we talked about earlier that, all right, Ana's probably going to get played more. We may not see as much Brig. Brig's been the focal point here, as Dino got a very clutch boop kill onto Illicit when he was still on Ana, and it changed the tide of that fight. It was forcing a full reset for the Buffalo.
Those armor packs are still strong. You still got to respect them, even if her health is a little bit lower. Sandbox's turret immediately goes down to Isaiah, and Deco actually gets a free kill onto Reaper, which is excellent. However, you are going to lose both of your supports on the Washington State side, which does mean a severe lack of healing. Can WSU come back from that? It is going to be pretty difficult if they don't take out the enemy healers. Lossingers duplicate. It looks like also fades out of existence. And it does seem that Patrix is going to be starting to put up a fight of their own, knocking Brig off at the cliff. Sandbox does go down, leaving DPSs free for Boulder to work. However, Deco is going to make sure that they are still challenged, knocking Daddy D down again. They are not having a good opportunity against this Lucio. No, sir. You're going to see Diva get knocked out of the suit here as well, meaning that they're going to try to keep her alive for as long as possible, but not too long so that she doesn't get her suit back. And right now, they are actually holding fairly strong with the enemy team for Washington State University. You're going to be seeing University of Colorado Boulder having a bit of a tough time trying to reclaim this point, as we are already in overtime, 99-0. And right now, WSU is just trying to clean up, keeping everyone off the point for as long as possible. But this, as I said, is just cleanup. What do you think of that first round?
It was definitely an interesting round. I was not expecting the Brig, but most of what we're seeing from both teams is normal. We see Isaiah as well as Aloe Singer on those echoes, which normally, I believe Aloe Singer is usually on the hit scan roll with his DPS partner on the echo. But granted, with Sandbox in tonight, so far on the Torbjorn, maybe it's just not in his wheelhouse. But I think the big thing there was how long Washington State actually stalled on that point, because it looked like Colorado Boulder, they won the fight with, believe the percentage was at about 70%, but with a mix of using Ultra, I believe, Whip, Patrix, Aloe Singer. They just kept the point going long enough where the rest of their team came back, and they even have a man or two advantage, and they just kept the point because they were able to have more people on that point later on. We're going to see Daddy D kind of teleporting everybody on Colorado in, trying it set up, but it looks like Washington State is going to match them as soon as they make it there. Yeah, the switch to the Mei is going to be the important look here, because Mei on this particular map is going to be very, very difficult to combat because of just how much area she is able to control. However, it doesn't seem to be that big of a problem as Ruby and Daddy D go down to WSU. Isaiah is soon to follow, and it seems like WSU will be the first people to capture this point. Reinhardt not making too much of a change in this circumstance, it would seem. Yeah, and I think the idea there for the Buffaloes was good. You get on a point early, you try and get up the sim turrets, the May wall, this wall of people, but the thing was, Washington State beat them to point somehow, because I think it took a little bit longer to get that teleporter down, and it just ruins your entire plan. You want to initiate the fight and set your position first.
Indeed, and it does seem that, they're going to be using the turrets through the teleporter strategy. However, the two initial kills are not looking great for Colorado. However, there are some key kills that may help them. However, the severe lack of personnel will, in the end, cause them to reset rather swiftly. And weirdly, Sandbox coming out with the 3K there.
Yeah, of all people, he's been staying on that Torb, I'm quite curious if this is going to be a theme tonight. Which, don't get me wrong, Torb's actually in a very decent spot in the meta right now, especially if you can't deal with this turret. It just gives so much backline damage. If he's targeting one of your backline, they don't have any shields,
I'll let you know right now.
Damage done.
I'll let you know right now. I'm at least 80% confident that Sandbox is a Torbjorn main.
Okay,
this is their specialty.
That does help.
And you're going to be seeing a duplicate Rhine. You're going to see a Rhine duplicate on top of a sound barrier. That is something that is very, very dangerous and being demonstrated very quickly, as Aloe is going to charge through the enemy team, either knocking them off cliffs or killing them outright with that holographic hammer. Oh my goodness, this has been a dominant performance overall on it, and really, I don't know if this has been a destabilizing unit, but to face a actually decent Torbjorn might be a strange destabilizing unit in the strategy of Boulder, do you think?
Yeah, I don't think Colorado was definitely expecting it going in here. As it's going to be one fight territory here for the Cougars, as long as they can either keep them off the point long enough, or
I forgot about the Wyatt Baptiste.
It looks like, yeah, Multicore is going to come out, Diva Bomb is going to come out, everything on the side of the Cougars is coming out here.
Yeah,
really from Bird Boys is going
ultimate
out, but it's not really going to get too much value as half of this team has already died. This map will be going to the Washington State Cougars.
And what a strong opening performance, too, compared to how close it was the first time these two teams met in this Invitational in Week 4. What a performance. Like, compared to the last show match we held with these two teams, this was a complete turnaround. And I'm not even sure if it was just the change of personnel. I'm sure that was a part of it. Like, no one expects to be not only facing a Torbjorn, but someone who specializes in it.
Oh, let's see.
I don't think it was just that, was it?
I don't think it was just that. I think it was a mix of Washington Plate and Washington State. Sorry, not Washington Plate. They were playing better. They were using that Torbjorn to the advantage of setting the turret kind of in a mix of times where sometimes it would be in their backline. So for any flankers or if any of the tanks got in the backline, then they would know because the turret would go off. They would know they're exactly there. And I think it's also from, if you're on the Colorado Boulder side, you're optimistic. You had a few good fights. I think you need to close them out a little quicker. They should have been able to at least cap that first stage that we saw and get at least 20-30%. It's just they couldn't really get Allosinger with that duplicate. He was just going all over the place and stalling for so long. And then if this Torbjorn pick is going to stay, you just need to change. You need to adapt a little bit here because obviously, don't get me wrong, nobody expected Washington State to be running a Torb tonight.
Just like respect. So what you're saying to Boulder is that respect the Torbjorn. That's what needs. You gotta
respect the Torbjorn, and you gotta have comms a little clearer, shot calling a little bit better. Because there was just times where they would all be going for different people, and Washington State was like, "All right, we're gonna pick this person, then this person." They usually picked the main tank for Colorado first, and then the flex support for Colorado first. Those were the two they usually try to get right away. So
to that point,
it goes back to that theme, maybe protect the president.
To that point, actually, there was I wanted to point it out earlier, but just couldn't find the breath because of how quick paced everything was in that map. But right now, Colorado, I don't know if they'll reverse it in the second map that we're going to be headed to Kings Row, by the way, for those of you at home. But you're going to be seeing something interesting here. You're going to be seeing a change, hopefully, from Colorado, because right now Colorado Boulder is playing into WSU's playstyle right now. WSU's playstyle lately has been brawl. They love this scrappy, messy fight where comms are wild. No one knows what's going on. They thrive in that environment.
They're just going to run at you and just let nature take its course. That's kind of
it's more the divide and conquer thing. Like if you have a scrappy fight is defined by all the players being in a different spot, all the players needing assistance in some fashion.
Yep.
And none of them being able to get each other because everyone's handling their own situation. That situation is where WSU thrives, and that's where they try to push things typically, whether they know it or not.
Yeah, and going into Kings Row, you're gonna see Torb. It's
Sandbox
it's a very Torb map. There's a lot of places where you can put that turret. I've done it myself tons of times in ranked, where you can just put your turret. I would either expect it on the high ground behind where they don't really get hit by it until they turn that corner, because then it provides so much point pressure, and then it's so hard for the opposite team to even damage it. That, or we have it on the high ground where it has a straight shot towards that main chokehold. But I'm curious, you gotta expect, if you're the Buffaloes, they're running Torb here. So what are you going to do?
They have to know.
And we already see Cowboy in now as well, so maybe that does change it up here.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah, you will see Cowboy, so you're not going to be seeing the Torbjorn this time around. Then again, they are on offense, so.
And then as well as, we're going to see, I think, X and Epozai.
I would say Wavy and Expozai, they subbed out half their team for this, which means they've actually, in theory, that means that they have these guys specifically ready for Kings Row, which is interesting.
I'm kind of curious if Whip is going to stay on this ball.
That would be really interesting, though it would definitely fit into WSU's play style of get everyone in a terrible position at once and let the team clean up.
But honestly, it can work on Kings Row. If you boot people around enough where you're getting them out of that back corner, even though we are going to see Whip swap back onto the Zarya.
Don't underestimate the new Baptiste amp field with Isaiah's bombs, though.
The ultra wide monitor.
Yeah, you're going to have Isaiah's bombs going through that. That's dangerous.
Oh, it's extremely dangerous. I'm curious, how are Colorado going to punish Cowboy? Because he's the only sniper in the mix at the moment, so what is their game plan there? Especially with Allosinger being on that Genji.
Yeah, you're going to see Epoxide get caught first, which means WSU is definitely going to be backing up here. They do not want to be taking this first fight without their main tank. And to their benefit, they also have Zarya at high power, which is good for them because it would seem that Boulder is actually running Ryan Sigma double shields, which means that they will not have that high-powered off-tank, which is an advantage that WSU will need to push if they want to make these fights worth it.
Oh, so they're not going to have that high-powered Zarya as Funkmaster is going to die, but as well as Zaya getting Owl Singer, so an even 5-on-5, but the tank battle slightly going the way of the Cougars. They are going to be getting 2 ticks here with 1 person on, and with Ruby down as well as Alyssa going down, you are going to see that ultra-wide baffle come out from Colorado. Kind of just contesting
this. They have a shot. They're looking for it. There it is. You're going to see the ult down, which means they're going to catch the 2 people in the back. Excellent work by Whip to close out that fight. That is no work in progress. That is the finished product, my friends.
And we're already seeing a replay of this. It was great game awareness from Whip there, knowing that, all right, they're all going to be in that area, so they all want to get value out of it. So if you can grab them there, they're not going to be able to touch point, and you can cap, but you also get so much value just because they're all stuck in one spot, and they have no defensive ults to help them there. It's just a free close up to that fight.
Yeah, now you're going to be seeing Cowboy up here on the stairs trying to get some sort of cheeky pick, some cheeky damage, and he does get a nice headshot, making sure that certain enemies are a little bit lower than they'd like to be. However, that is an excellent ultimate by a Ruby, causing a lot of chaos in the WSU frontline. However, with Aloe going forward with a blade, getting 3 with that nano charge, I believe, as well. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I believe
yes,
it was.
You got a full-on nano blade, and it worked like a charm. And Daddy D, kind of expecting Daddy D to do something with that, and just kind of ended up getting killed. And Ilo is now going to hunt down his AS. That is a nasty stagger for Boulder. That is going to force them to stay back for just a little bit longer. That extra second that WSU wants. They are making so much space, and you'll note that they only actually have 1 person on the cart. They just want to hold this front area. They want to fight.
Yeah, they want to hold that front area. They want to fight. They want to try and delay that push as much as possible. So they're making Colorado.
Oh, they're hiding.
Play the point, but
they're hiding.
Is this going to be kind of hiding around the corner with Deco, trying to set up this shatter?
Speed boot. Oh, that's a sleep. What a sleep.
From
yeah, and you're going to be seeing Ruby and Bird Boys going down. Somehow, Cowboy did not die earlier from getting run down by that Tracer, and indeed Isaiah is not going to be part of this. There you go. You're going to be seeing Isaiah actually take down Cowboy, but unfortunately Isaiah had to spend all of their time killing Widowmaker, which made them effectively out of the fight that got WSU that 2nd point. A bit of a flank that ended up not going in the favor of Boulder. Now, Funkmaster, Ruby, that front line has got their backs to the wall as we're going to be seeing them move into the last point of King's Row. They need to pull something out here, and right now it is mostly up to Funkmaster and Illicit to pull something out with their ultimates here to start. And you're going to be seeing the ultimate immediately go out from a Pac side, actually catching Bird Boys. However, the main tank of WSU will be down. Funkmaster does receive that. Oh my! Sorry, I got stunned at a loss for words as I saw
It's Aloe Singer's game, and we're just living in it at this point. I probably sound like a broken record, just because every single time Washington State plays, Aloe Singer pops off in one way, shape, or form as he gets. I believe it's going to be technically a triple kill with the blade, as well as finishing up Funkmaster at the very end. But
no, that was a brutal finisher, and now they're just trying desperately to finish off the last remaining players. There it is. The map is over. I'm sorry for that delay in tone. Like, yeah, I know you did. Everyone at home didn't see it, but my mouth was just open, and as I watched that happen, I was
what is going on?
No. I just lost words. I just saw that happen. I was like, oh.
The tide of that fight changed so quickly because we saw the amazing shatter by a Pac side, and you may think, all right, you know, he only gets the Lucio. Why is that a good shatter? Well, it gets their main movement down, and they do finish the Lucio kill, but it does switch back to Colorado's favor when they nano Funkmaster. He does get a Pac side, but I think the big thing, if Colorado is going to harp on one thing on that defense, he whiffed that shatter. At least, I don't think we could see it very well, but his ult percentage was at 0%. Everybody was moving back, so I don't know if.
Do you know if it got
bubble
blocked or something
it.
Like that? Yeah,
I think maybe a Zarya bubble blocked it, which it's a rough reality, but
I can't say that would be out of character for work in progress, though. It's kind of their style.
Yes, but then the tide goes right back to Washington State's favor because Little does he even know at that point, Wavy is nanoed Allosinger, and he is in the backline. He is nanoblading your whole team.
I was gonna say their backline at that point, because they were pushing on the offensive. They weren't expecting to have to protect their backline in that exact moment. In fact, they were the ones pushing, and Wavy took the very ambitious play of, yes, you are going to attack me, and yes, I may die, but where's your backline? That's exactly right, it's gone to a nanoblade.
And we are going to see a full mirror here as Cowboy has been matching Daddy D on the Hanzo and Isaiah. I guess is sick of losing to their Allosinger's Genji is going to bring it on himself to try and even up this fight on their offense.
You're going to be, I was about to say, Funkmaster is cornering a pot side here, thrashing them in this backline. Kills going back and forth. However, you see Colorado with a lack of healers and Washington State with a lack of DPS, which is a strange situation to be in, I do have to say, because neither can cash out on the other's misfortune, I would say. Though WSU will prove to hold off while it seems that Colorado Boulder would like to recollect and push again. It does not take very long, as they definitely do have the spawn advantage here. WSU barely having time to set up before Funkmaster is up in their grill once again. However, they are losing on the healing battle, and then Anti-Nade will catch them off guard. What a thread, or what a needle thread. That was through 2 different shields, I think?
I believe through 2 different shields, but both antis hit. Wavy hit one as well as Illicit, but I think the big thing there was Ruby already used her bubble onto Funkmaster going in, but Whip actually had it to bubble epoxide. It clears that anti-effect, and Funkmaster did not have that same bubble, so he just got melted down. All Washington State had to do there was push. A lot of ultimates for both sides here. I see this being a very crazy fight, but Cowboy maybe is going to make the Buffaloes kind of wait to push.
And you're going to be seeing them push. Look at them go. Look at the speed. They are running forward. They got that initial pick and decided it is time. The time is now. However, you are going to be seeing Ruby oddly receive the nano boost.
I don't know if that was trying to keep Ruby's charge or what exactly that was.
Never mind, that is not a miscommunication. That is both teams rushing each other. You're going to be seeing both blades going out at the same time. However, Allo has the advantage of a nano boost. And indeed, a lot of kills will be going to Allo in that circumstance. And Funkmaster has no choice but to back into spawn and wait for his returning teammates.
And I think Genji's been in a weird spot in the meta recently, purely because there's so many hit scans that are in a great spot, but I think that Ana buff that we got today just puts him in a great spot just because that Nanoblade combo is ridiculously good right now. So, I don't know. I think Washington State is taking every advantage.
Funkmaster. Oh my god.
What did Daddy D?
That was a anti-nade into a Graviton Surge and a Dragon to top it off. That was brutal. I want to see that again. That was a work of art.
It sucks for Colorado that it took a little bit to get that kind of a push going, but it was great communication. Seeing all of them are right there. Daddy D is ready to pop that ult instantly into that grab, as well as that great anti-nade from Illicit, canceling any shot of a defense for Washington State. What a great 4K.
That was perfect execution, perfect communication. That was fantastic. And now, finally, Boulder is going to be able to push forward here a little bit, trying to make some time. They are a bit behind on time. That's nothing that can't be made up for, especially on a map like this. Cowboy gets a pick onto Illicit. That's the main heals down and the main tank down as well. You know WSU is going to be pushing right into that, and indeed they are.
Yeah, they took the advantage there, getting those 2 picks, just pushing up, and now they get to hold at this first chokehold under this little archway. It's something that Colorado did not get to do because they got stalled out so badly on their point A defense. I don't think they actually had a defense on point B until that final corner. I may be wrong there. The final corner,
close.
Maybe second to last in that little S area.
Oh, there is the Nano Blade, this time from Isaiah. Let's see what they can do with it. However, that sound barrier is going to keep them pretty safe. However, in the midst of watching out for Nano Blade, they did not watch out for the Shatter. That was very, very dangerous. However, both tanks actually end up dying to it. Not much is made of it, and you can credit the healers for that. My goodness. You're going to be seeing now Whip has a, oh my gosh, the Dragons and Graviton Surge right back. That's what you see in mirrors. That is what you love to see. Both teams showing that they are perfectly capable of mass destruction.
I would say it was great awareness from Whip there, knowing, all right, both teams just use sound barriers for their respective nano blades, right? So like, all right, they're gonna have no defense for this Dragon's coming up, and this Dragon's grab combo, and it helps so much. Even though we're gonna see Funkmaster die, so I'm guessing it's gonna be a very quick reset here, as well as Daddy D. Ruby's gonna get stalled out a little bit. It's gonna be a wiped fight here for Colorado, but.
What a wait out on that Graviton Surge, though, waiting for so many ultimates to come by. And it's like, surprise, we still have
and level
two
Cowboy
more.
In his head must have been like, all right, Daddy D, props on the 4K. I'm going to hit you with a 5K with mine, all right? Like, all right, bring it on. Next time, try and get a 6K. I dare you.
It's how Hanzos beat each other.
Yes.
Oh, and there's another Graviton Surge. Do we see another dragon? There's the dragon right through, and a Genji to dive through just to top it off. And now WSU is going to be in full retreat, as that is not something that they can deal with. They're not terribly kitted out to deal with that. In fact, pretty much nobody is unless you have the Zenyatta, the Transcendence on hand.
I would say with both teams kind of using sound barriers for the other team's nano blades, you really have to catch, like, you have to pick. It's like, all right, we're going to try and use this for this nano blade that could destroy your entire team, or are we going to save it for a grab that can only do it if timed right? We're going to see a very quick
recon
test.
Isaiah going through with another Dragon Blade. That's a Nano Blade, actually, and they're going to come through and cut people down. That sound barrier does not come quite in time to save very important members of the team. Wavy is down, and Boxside is down. That is main tanks and main heals. That means you do not have a front line nor the healing to back a team without one, which means WSU is going to have to be forced to retreat here. Indeed, they are already back and waiting for the return of their faithful companions. And right now, they're in a strange spot because they have pretty much all of their ultimates back except for that sound barrier, which means they need to go on the offense and they need to not be caught by an ultimate like an Earth Shatter. They're going to have to be very, very careful. You're going to be seeing a sound barrier. However, that sound barrier does not come fast enough, and indeed, it does not come at all, as Alo's first target is Bird Boys. Brutal. That's what we call target prioritization, my friends.
Yes, and I think one thing we're going to have to keep an eye on. Yes, Deco used that sound barrier that last fight, and it didn't work just because half of his team was dead at that point. And now, potentially, on how quickly Deco gets it up, Ruby's going to have a free grab.
Immediately. What a... Oh, no! Funkmaster, you have been outdone in that play, my friend, as Epoxide not only shields the Earth Shatter, but comes out with an Earth Shatter of his own after Funkmaster falls. That was textbook Rhine duel, I think.
And I would say Funkmaster's kind of sitting in spawn like, that just happened.
Yeah.
That just happened to me.
Sitting there for a moment. Wow. All right. Fair enough.
But I think going up here, Washington State, you have a win combo. You have that grab dragon. You know they have the sound barrier, but if you can use your nano blade first, or either way, you're going to get value here.
Oh, and that's going to be a defensive dragon that time. Working out in their favor, actually, is they don't lose any members and indeed kill two of Colorado's. That was an interesting use of the dragons there into a Graviton Surge of the enemies as opposed to your own.
I think it was a very smart play. It was very high IQ.
And a very
Ruby's
late.
gonna
You
waste
think that's an
the
accidental?
grab?
It was not an accidental Q. However, the dragon was not able to come in time. That is unfortunate. Never mind. Daddy D does take Cowboy, and a Foxside is down too, which means you're down a main tank. That is very, very dangerous. However, a beautiful anti-nade catching Boulders off guard. Oh my goodness, Alo's trying to make some use of it. However, they don't get everything that they want. They do make their way to a health pack, which means they can delay a little bit longer. However, they are getting bullied in the corner right now. It does seem that WSU is going to be trying to come to the rescue. However, it is too late. Deco does get taken out by Isaiah, and right now Cowboy is making a mess of Colorado's backline. And right now they're uncontested, which means they're able to pump out this tracer damage. So far, nobody has noticed, which is very important. However, Epoxide does go down once again. However, Ruby is also down. Illicit's getting some trouble from Cowboy as well. It seems that they're starting to notice that the little prickle of bullets in their backsides. Daddy D is ulted right now on this tracer. They are trying to go forward with this nano boost. It is already gone. However, they weren't able to make all the use that they wanted of it. However,
poor
it was more than enough.
Cowboy.
Sinking off the edge. Alo is also down, which means WSU has a lack of DPS at the moment. And right now, oh my goodness, what an Earth Shot. I was about to say it might be cleanup for Colorado Boulders, but I spoke a little bit too soon. Isaiah does have a Dragon Blade out, but so far they haven't been able to get any kills with it. That is the main heals down. However, can WSU manage? They do have the spawn advantage, and the kills are in their favor. Look at that. Overtime is gone. WSU wins the map. No overtime. What a comeback and nerves of steel shown in that last bit there.
Oh, say I want to go back to. We're gonna see this play of the game quick, but I want to make a quick point on how high of an IQ Cowboy has, because not many people would think the way he did with that grab when his dragon when the other team used grab. Because all right, I believe it was 3 or 4 of his teammates were caught in that grab, but it was around the corner. So you're thinking, all right, I send that dragon. It's about through that right through, so it kind of cuts you off where, all right, you're going to be on the left side and near the cart around that corner, or you're going to be way back in that beginning hallway. Everybody on Colorado was caught in that back hallway, I believe, except one person who got picked, and it just denies the value of the grab. It was a perfect play, Artie. Like, the Overwatch nerd inside of me is loving that play. And I know we talk about Aloe Singer so much on DPS for Washington State, just because pop-off moments for him are like just normal. You have his
They're
blades.
beautiful.
His Hanzo was also nasty. But Cowboy, man, he's making sure, like, all right, you gotta remember me. And even
He's
Wavy,
a good DPS player.
he is amazing. And Wavy had some great anti-nades. Hypoxide, for I believe his Pac-U debut, brought it to Funkmaster, which I bet Funkmaster was like, all right, they're bringing in a different main tank. I'm just going to wipe the floor with them. And Hypoxide just came back and he swung his hammer right back and knocked him down. So, yeah. Fair play. If you're Colorado right now, reset. You got to think of a strategy now.
Yeah, speaking of, we're going to be having the next map after a little bit of a break here. Colorado needs to find some kind of way to dance around these very spectacular plays of WSU. Colorado's definitely had some spectacular plays of their own, but right when they started...
They've had plenty of good plays tonight. I think just finishing fights. And it seems to be a theme throughout this whole invitational. Whichever team is controlling the tempo of the fight is going to win most of the fights and is going to win the game.
Certainly. And we'll be seeing Colorado's answer in a little bit here. Stay tuned. We're going to have a quick 3-minute break. See you then. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to be heading down to Havana for our escort map. And let me tell you, based on what we were seeing on Kings Row, I cannot wait to see what both teams pull out here.
Oh, so Havana is a very interesting map. I'm expecting a spawn hold from both teams here. It's very common recently where you have, let's say...
Sandbox is back.
Oh, my... All right, so I guess first we'll address the subs here. We're going to be seeing Kabe coming in.
Have we seen Kabe yet? Have we seen Kabe yet?
I have not seen Kabe.
We're going to be seeing Daddy D switch over to...
We're going to see a Daddy D Lucio. What is going on?
This is interesting. This is... I have not been disappointed by this matchup so far.
We're going to be seeing Sandbox God coming in for Aloe Singer. So kind of the DPS kind of just seems to be in a rotation for Colorado Boulder. But
definitely, this is very, very strange, and I can't wait to see. We haven't seen Kabe yet at all, so I'm wondering, are they a Widow specialist?
I believe, just so the audience knows, I believe the tops are.
Oh yeah, they are swapped
right now
at the moment.
So yeah, Washington State is on defense right now. There we go.
Yep, we're good now, and you're gonna be seeing Funkmaster trying to make some space here. And Kabe does take out Cowboy. That is an interesting sign of life right there. I would like to also address that Whip and Patriots are going for the Hog Sigma combo here, which is very interesting. We have not seen them do that yet, I don't think. Whip does get picked off here as well, which is unfortunate for WSU. They're going to have their gadgets go down, and they're going to have to give some space to Colorado Boulder, who are making a very strong showing after Kabe picks off yet another. Sandbox goes down to the rifle as well.
Oh, so yeah, so far, dude, that Kabe, man, He's
coming out to
else.
play. He's coming out to play.
He's coming out to play. Maybe he's their sniper specialist, as we're seeing a quick recontest here for Washington State. But both tanks are going to be low very early on. Whip is going to fall, but
Cowboys getting two picks early on.
Back.
They're strong. Right now, WSU needs to hold on to the point as long as possible. They do get a slam down. However, Funkmaster goes down just in time. Pico does get taken out. However, right now, it does seem like they're going to just barely stabilize. Those were some very key kills from Cowboy to stabilize that first point. I do have to say, they take out Kabe right off the bat, which they were depending on in that team fight. They take out yet another right when Sigma goes down. It was a dangerous situation for Colorado to be in, and Washington State thrives off of that initial nervousness.
But I would say right now, Kabe's been a huge difference maker for this Colorado State.
And Cowboy will go down
Cowboy again. So honestly, I don't know if Kabe's just their sniper specialist, but he is playing unreal right now.
Yeah, you're going to be seeing Wavy pulling out a Transcendence. They definitely need this Transcendence against a nanoed Rhine. They have an Earth Shatter again, which they will probably use unless they don't need to. And indeed, it doesn't seem that they will, as they are getting kills left and right. Kabe getting the kill onto Sandbox God again. Kabe again onto Cowboy. I feel like I'm going to be saying Kabe a lot in this second map, I do believe.
It's an interesting swap up for Colorado Boulder, putting him in, but hey, man, if it works, you don't deny it. You just keep going. We see Cowboy going onto the McCree here, maybe trying to deal with the frontline pressure a little bit more from Colorado Boulder. Ruby, I think Ruby was just trying to get back in mech, as you be swapping onto the Zarya and then back onto the Devo, just to try and get back to the rest of the team. But I think going after Washington State, you need to get a very clean graphitic flux here. Even though Wavy's going to be picking off Kabe, so I guess if your sniper isn't going to do it, the Zen might as well.
Gotcha. Sorry, we're going to be seeing that Earth Shatter not actually do a whole lot as Patriot gets up and Whole Hogs immediately making a lot of space. They do get anti-nated, however, I do believe that is a little bit late as no one is able to pursue it. And indeed, it does seem like Colorado Boulder is going to have to back up. Right now, it does seem also that Kabe is going to be switching on to the Ashes. The sniper in this smaller warehouse room is not typically to the advantage of a sniper such as Kabe.
I'll say just a lot less room to explore, like ranges and everything. First and third point, yes, on this map are extremely good. But in this middle area, there's just not many places to be and to snipe, and there's not as much sight angles. So I fully agree with the switch there.
Watch the back gravitic flux. You do see the dragons go out clearing some space, and actually Isaiah does catch two with a lack of the ultimate. Did they actually get it through that amp field? I honestly cannot tell. No, never mind. That is WSU's amp field. However, I don't think that was a tad overkill, I do believe. However, it did get the job done. Funkmaster Nano charging in as the rest of WSU retreats or respawns. And right now it does seem like Colorado is going to be getting this for free.
And I think it was actually a very smart Dragons there from Isaiah, knowing that, all right, the BAP and guaranteed somebody else is going to be up there trying to get use out of that window. So you might as well send it up there, and they have nowhere to go. It's either they drop down to the rest of your front line and get killed, or they're going to be eaten by the Dragon. It was a very good play.
You're going to be seeing a Gravitic Flux saved by a Sound Barrier. However, Funkmaster gets pulled completely out of position and taken out. Alyssa is also down due to Deco's interference, which means your main tank and main heals are down. And as you all know, that spells disaster for any team of any tier.
It will, and right now, Washington State just going to try and reestablish position, but Kabe's like, all right, if you're going to be holding maybe a little bit too close, I'm going to take out Deco. You're only going to have Zen heals for a little bit, and we're going to make you back out and make us get out of our spawn, but honestly, so far, Kabe's debut has definitely not disappointed.
No, not at all. The shots have been on point, and indeed, 3 members of WSU, 4, no, there we go, now 4, will go down due to the collected efforts of the Buffaloes. And right now, WSU is in full retreat, giving Colorado a lot of room, and Colorado is going to be milking that room for all it's worth. Right now, they are pushed up much further ahead of their cart, making their way down. Deco does have an amp field now, though, which I suspect they will be using in this next team fight, as it is very wide.
It is very wide, and right now, just all Washington's trying to do is keep that high ground positioning, but Kabe's resetting Bobbin is going to get Cowboy, and it's going to make this a very dangerous fight for the Cougars to try and get back from.
Yeah, the Dragons also neutralize a bit of that amp field usage. However, not as much as they would hope, as Funkmaster and Isaiah both get taken out, probably due to that amp field. Patrick's actually taking out Daddy D as well. Look at this. What a turnaround based on a very dangerous initial situation.
It was a great turnaround. I think Patrick's there, that whole hog kind of booping everybody away and then getting those few extra picks. It just made a huge difference in that fight. We're going to be seeing Ruby swap onto the Sigma. Kabe's going onto the Widow to match Cowboy's Widow. And as I said earlier, third point and first point are very Widow heavy. They get so many sight angles. So it'll be whoever can get an initial pick right away with their Widow is going to win the fight most of the time. Or unless Sandbox God, I guess, on Torbjorn can get a first pick as well.
I love Sandbox's style. She is amazing. And there is the Earth Shatter. You have a severe lack of shields, my friend, and that means it is prime Earth Shatter time, as they are going to get a lot of damage and a lot of value out of that Earth Shatter, taking down one after the other. WSU gets wiped, and right now WSU is in full recovery mode. All of their members are down, and right now they're just going to delay as long as possible, as Colorado has 1 minute to finish this off. They might not even get back in time. Oh, they lift them all off of the cart. What a play, and they get a kill off of it. Daddy D knocking out both the, or never mind, Daddy D being the first of 2 victims for work in progress. Oh my goodness, what a stabilization. What a use of the ultimate. As opposed to switching to a tank that needed to go extremely fast like Patrix did, Whip knew that they had their ultimate and that you need to be on the cart to push it. And if gravity flips, well, there's not a lot of pushing that's going to be happening.
And it was a great game awareness from Wavy, knowing, all right, the only way we touch is if I pop Train Sun and she pops, I believe it was maybe 0.5 meters left until it capped. It allowed Whip enough time to get that Graphitic Flux off, getting both supports, and it turned the tide of that fight. As I say that, Ruby is going to keep Wavy.
Yeah, Whip is in a dangerous situation, but so is Funkmaster. Both of them are very, very low. Whip will be the first to fall, however. Funkmaster may be very soon. Sandbox does get taken out by Kabe, though, as they are very selective in their targets. Whip does kill their counterpart, though. It is very close. Whip gets taken down 2, however, which means you are down now 2 tanks. And right now, they're just going to be delaying for as long as possible. They do have them in overtime, however, though, which means that while they may not have been able to delay to a 2-point standing, they did run them all out of their time, meaning that if WSU even gets a little bit more time than that, it will be down to a much easier situation for them in an overtime situation. However, that does mean that they need to cross the entirety of Havana. Can they do it?
I think it'll be a very close one. I think Washington State, depending on how they play their cards, can do it, but Kabe, man, it sounds like I'm playing an old record, a broken record, but Kabe is getting picks constantly. But as well as Funkmaster and Ruby, that tank line is making so much space. Funkmaster seems to be getting into the groove a little bit more now. It just seems a little bit too much time to kind of get warmed up, as well as Ruby playing extremely well on that off tank, as we've known them to be this entire invitational. I think right now, if you're Colorado, you try and do that spawn hold that we talked about. I kind of confused why the Cougars didn't. I'm guessing it's purely because of the composition they were running. It doesn't
and you're
really
actually seeing a mirrored Torbjorn. Not only one Torbjorn, but two Torbjorns. That is something we have not seen.
That is something I thought I would never see in Overwatch competitive.
You would never see it anywhere but the Pac-U, my friend. That is where we are, and we are here to stay. As far as the other picks here, though, they are keeping things relatively the same. However, Kabe is not going to be picking Widowmaker on first point, unlike their counterpart Cowboy.
And I believe that's just me do this spawn holder. This is me walking right up to him. And people might be asking, like, what's the point of this? Well, during this match, we got a great hook onto Ruby, and Ruby's barely going to survive. You can stall so long on this point and just drag out so much time by managing the spawn doors, as they are going to be getting Sandbox Scott and Whip very early on, and it makes the other team adapt. You have no space to go into. You're basically playing into them fully.
Watch for a switch to Reaper McCree. Yeah, you're going to be seeing a switch on to McCree as well. Cowboy living up to their name now. Can they do something with it, though, as it is pretty hard to make your way out of these spawn doors? There's a reason why everyone holds here. It's because it's easier than other spawns. However, that anti-nade might spell disaster. No, never mind. You are going to see 3 members of WSU go down, which means that while that was a beautiful anti-nade, nothing can be made of it, unfortunately, for them.
But Funkmaster is going to be going down during that fight, so they're going to have no Rhine shield pressure at these doors for probably about 5 to 10 seconds here. So it's just going to be on the break for shield,
what
but
another
as I say that,
anti-nade.
it's going to go down to Cowboy.
That was yet another beautiful anti-nade, and you're going to be seeing WSU try to pursue this. However, a Graviton Surge will make that an impossibility in this circumstance. Deco is going to have to back up, and Wavy does not get back in time. WSU having a hard time exiting these doors.
I would say it's a great game plan from Colorado. You can tell they've practiced this, and with the Cougars right now, they need to change, I think. Yes, you're close to your ultimates on tank. You know, that's going to be a Whip Shatter. They're not expecting Whip to be putting out that shield, but it's just not working right now. You can't be trying to this comp over and over and over again. You're already halfway through your time bank, and you haven't got out the spawn door. The cart has not moved a single meter already. You need to change something.
I'm surprised they have actually kept on this composition, I will be honest. However, they do seem to want to be able to do something with it, and indeed they do get 2 kills with it. Molten Core keeping people away from the doors, however, as WSU still stuck in spawn. They seem to want to do something with this composition. They don't see a point in changing, though. I am curious as to see what exactly they want to do with that, as Ampfield did not account for, or rather Deco did switch over. Oh my goodness, you're going to be seeing a large ultimate come out here. The Y monitor, however, you're going to be seeing a Whip come down with a lot of ultimates. WSU using a full line of ultimates to exit spawn. Honestly, what else do you do?
I would say at that point you pop 5 ults. I think the big thing there, Funkmaster and Daddy D were still coming back from spawn when all those ults were popped. So you did not have Rally, you did not have the shield and potential shatter that Funkmaster could have brought. But if you're the
Speaking of that shatter, watch for him to look for it here.
If you're the Buffaloes, you take that spawn hold every time.
Oh my, and what a beautiful Graviton Surge, however, that
shatter.
immortality, and the immortality field saving them for a little while, but not long enough. Funkmaster does go down, however, a lot of casualties suffered on the WSU side, and they are still going to be pushing the cart, however, as Deco will cover with their large amplification field. Whip is going to be trying to keep that shield up.
They felt comfortable with their 3-on-4, and if you can, yeah, but you're going to be seeing Deco go down just because, all right, they don't have anything.
That is a strange amp field.
That's a very interesting window, but it worked. That's all I could say about that one, Artie. I don't got much more for it.
Yeah, no, you're going to be seeing 10 seconds left. Can they even touch the cart? They're not changing their composition, so they seem pretty confident that they can at least touch. There you go. You're going to see Patriots run onto the ball here, try to do something to touch it. They're going to get booped around, get the shields up. However, they're booped out of the way. They cannot make it back in time. And Colorado puts a map on the F match, ladies and gentlemen.
They did exactly what they needed to do. They went on their map where we have seen them in past show matches, including the infamous Blizzard Rush. Just, they're very good on this map, and they're well versed on the spawn camp. And I think if you're Washington State, you're looking back at this like, all right, they got the best of us. We should have spawn held, because how long were they in that spawn hold? In 2 minutes 30, I believe, about
2 minutes 30,
2.5 minutes.
I would say 2.5 minutes to 3 minutes, and that was a major dampener on what they were able to accomplish. That being said, however, this does mean that WSU is going to be picking the 4th map. And given their brawly tendencies and wanting to make a mess, what do you think they'll pick?
Well, I don't see Volskaya, just because Volskaya, especially on first point, you can put your Ana and Zen in the very back, as well as a Widow and a Hanzo, and they just have angles for days. I would maybe say, I'm not sure what exactly assault maps are in the pool, just because up until this week of the Invitational, we haven't had assault maps. So I'm kind of curious to see what they're going to run. I would say maybe Temple of Anubis, if it's available, that, or I'm trying to think.
Temple of Anubis would kind of lean into their specialty, wouldn't it?
Yes, if they can try and make them push up into that left side stairs, that everybody's in that small area, you can maybe see the Junkrat come back out, and it just favors Washington State so much. But if you're Colorado, you did exactly what you needed to do. You went back, you reset mentally. You could tell they were mad after that second game. They were furious with themselves. But all right, we reset, we pick a map, we do a strategy, and it worked. We adapted. And now you got to keep the snowball rolling down the hill. You got to keep going. You can't stop now. You need to get to map 5 and win map 5 and 4.
Yeah, you have the momentum now. You have to keep it up. And you know WSU is going to be coming back hungry after that. And indeed, it will be Temple of Anubis like we thought. That being said, you're going to be seeing the Torbjorn still if Sandbox stays on. However, they're very comfortable swapping out players. So which one do you think they're going to keep?
I would say probably Allosinger coming back. I'm assuming.
Yeah, it does seem like an Allo map.
They're going into map 3 like, all right, we're pretty confident. We're up 2-0. And they kind of get slapped. I don't want... It's a weird phrasing for it, but you get held in your spawn for 3 minutes, you're not feeling great.
No, it hurts. It hurts for sure.
So I have a feeling we may see a sniper holding that top high ground. I think maybe like a Widow Torbjorn, maybe, or like a Widow Junkrat composition. I may be asking for too much here.
You love that strange stuff, huh?
Yeah, I love the strange stuff, man. Bring on the chaos.
That's fair. I'm here to see it, whichever they pick. Right now, WSU needs to maintain that high energy that they kept for the last 2 maps. Getting stuffed on a map that they specialized in is nothing new to any level of play. So keeping the high energy and just knowing they took a map, that's fine. We're still up 2-1. All we need is 1 map. That's the energy that they need. And right now, Colorado Boulder feeling like they are on cloud 9 right now, I have to imagine, and they need to keep that height.
Especially considering how those first 2 maps went. They were not very nice for the Buffaloes. They did not play extremely well. So winning that map 3, it's like, all right, we have confidence. We can win this. And I bet Washington State kind of got caught off guard. Like, we can win this, right? Like, we won these first 2 maps. We can still win this. So now going into this map 4, it's your map pick. I'm hoping they have a set strategy going into this, whether it's a very niche composition or they're just wanting to play that brawl in those very tight corridors. But I just hope Washington State going into this has a plan. I would assume with them, it being their map pick, they do. I'm curious to see how Colorado Boulder keeps the snowball going, considering how dominant of a performance Havana was.
Yeah, and that being said, if this is a tie, we are going to be taking it to a control tiebreaker map, so don't you worry. This will not go on forever. You will see a final conclusion to what is the only... I think this is the... Yeah, no, this is the first match of 3. If this is the type of energy we're going to be seeing throughout this entire night, I might fall unconscious by the end. We'll see.
I will say, well, it's going to be a very fun night, but we're going to see a few subs. Allosinger is me going in for the Torbjorn one trick, and I'm sorry to use that slander, but it was pretty true. And as well as Deco and Dino were going to be coming back. So, Washington State, you can tell they're taking it seriously now. They have pretty much their entire starting roster back in. And they're like, all right, we're just going to win now. But I'm kind of curious. We're going to see the Drunkrat Ash for Colorado Boulder with the ball setup. So I'm very curious on what they're going to be doing here.
Yeah, she just as I Sandbox does. She one tricks in competitive, but she's actually very competent on pretty much a long list of heroes. It's very strange though.
It is very strange.
They're a strange playstyle, but I love watching it. Oh my goodness!
A lot just happened there, and I'm kind of confused. Isaiah I think, was just launching nades up top and got Deco.
Just caught Deco by surprise, yeah.
And as well as Funkmaster, I could see the silhouette barely in the background. He went all the way almost to their spawn and killed Cowboy, who is now swapped to Reaper. Like, all right, I've had enough of this ball.
I've had enough.
We're gonna be changing this.
Yeah, and Reaper's not a bad idea given this composition either. You're going to be seeing Ruby, who can't move out of the way very quickly, and after Funkmaster gets hacked, they are a walking target for Reaper as well. Aloe trying to do as much business as possible down there. The kills are going left and right. You do see main heals and main tanks go down immediately. Main damage after that. That does not put WSU in a very strong position with their off tank getting bullied in the corner by Funkmaster. That is probably going to be a reset, and indeed it is for WSU. And on top of that, they have lost their off tank in the background as well. And the Osiris map, or Anubis, excuse me, thinking of it the wrong game. But with Temple of Anubis, there is nowhere to commit suicide as Diva when you get knocked out of your suit. There's no way to reset. You just have to beg the enemy to, or just run all the way back to spawn. Either way, it's a very, very long delay, and you're seeing it here. WSU has to wait an eternity to get things started once again, and they are back now, however, in strong force. You're going to be seeing the ultimate come down from Illicit. However, Daddy D and Ruby are down before it even happens, and Illicit falls soon after that. The kills are all going WSU's way, as Bob is actually still up and gets 2 kills. Kabe causing problems for WSU, but potentially not enough to successfully eliminate the WSU threat on the point. They will be capturing the first bit here on Assault. And now you're going to be seeing the second point with swaps onto Tracer by Kabe, which is not a bad idea at all for the second point. However, it doesn't look like there's going to be any swaps for WSU, and indeed they're going to be trying to use as much speed as possible to get there with much haste.
And I think the idea, you could tell the previous fight where they lost, I believe it was a great hack from Alice.
Oh, look at that.
I'll hold on to that thought.
Hold on, yeah, look at those
interesting ultimate from Funkmaster, to say the least.
Oh, and Aloe gets caught before they can get out of the way, too. That is pretty much a full reset for WSU, as they get caught in a bad position, and then they move to a second position and get caught there, too.
Oh, so yeah, going back to what I was saying before that was all out of nowhere. You could tell the idea of a dive for Washington State, it didn't work the first time they went through. Alessinger hacked Funkmaster very well, and it just didn't work. I shouldn't say Alessinger got a hack off, it just didn't work their way. Next time, went in with the dives. Yes, ultimates do help. And they're ultimates for a reason, but...
And there's the tire. However, that sound barrier is going to save him. However, Cowboy will die on where they teleported to. That was not a stealthy approach in that situation. However, you are going to see an EMP go out. Aloe is in a bit of trouble, however, as there's a lot of healing coming out and a lot of armor coming out from Daddy D. They do fall, however, as Patriots picks up a double, and Ruby trying their best to cause as much problems as possible for their off-tank counterpart. Funkmaster does knock them out of their suit, and Whip is in a bit of trouble in a zero suit situation at the moment, and they will be taken out on a delay. Funkmaster causing a lot of problems on the second point, as the mines are ever so lethal on the second point, not to mention the amount of repositioning, forceful repositioning you can do on the enemy team given the second point structure.
And we are going to be seeing Dino swapping off of Mortar and onto that Brig, maybe trying to deal with the backline pressure a little bit more, as well as Alessinger going on the Echo, which there's a lot of high ground that you can traverse here, as well as Colorado Boulder. They don't have any hit scans at the moment, so you might as well take full advantage of it.
Illicit's
well, they have Illicit, but you can't have your support shooting the Echo 24/7.
No, and you're going to be seeing a Gravitic Flux catch many members of WSU a little bit off guard. Primal Rage is going to make that less of a problem. However, the pulse bomb will end that fight rather swiftly. I do believe that is a quad kill for Kabe, showing that it is not just sniping they are proficient in, they are merely proficient in murder.
Yes, that was a very clean pulse bomb from Kabe. I wasn't sure when he swapped onto the Tracer if it was going to be more of a stall thing or if it was just, all right, we're actually going to stay on it, which he did, and what a play. Ruby is me swapping onto the Hogs. We have an interesting, hook ball comp here.
Oh, what a tire. That's going to be dangerous as it comes in here onto the team fight, looking for somebody. Does not actually touch anybody, though, as the first target they find is Cowboy. And indeed, Cowboy comes back with a vengeance, getting a double kill onto the 2 supports of Colorado Boulder. That spells danger for them as they have a severe lack of healing in a very sudden situation. Those bombs everywhere are going to be alleviated by the sound barrier, thankfully for WSU. However, getting out of that duplicate, Aloe is in a dangerous situation. They do get taken out by Kabe, who smells blood. Kabe now here trying to reverse the situation that his team has been forced into. He does have the spawn advantage, so his healers will be coming back a lot faster than anybody that WSU kills. Cowboy does get taken out by Kabe as they're picking up kill after kill, and it does seem that Colorado has reset. However, they did lose a tick and a half to WSU, which will be beneficial if they don't retake the point in the next minute.
Kabe's going in for a little cheeky pulse. Maybe a little bit ambitious. Maybe a little ambitious. We see Cowboy swapping onto the McCree, trying to deal with Kabe on the Tracer a little bit more, as well as Isaiah on that Doomfist. I have a feeling that was more of a stall thing that he's just going to keep to see if he can get his ultimate. But going into this probably final fight, now the team has a great amount of ultimates. It's going to be pure chaos.
Now you're going to see the Doomfist coming. Aloe does get taken out early. Again, that is a problem for WSU as this is kind of last fight territory. Cowboy is in a dangerous situation. Look at Illicit's damp field up there. They're just going to take up the sniper position. They've decided to become a temporary DPS up there. Though I suppose that does help the healing too, as it is projectiles. Daddy D does get taken out with Kabe as well. Those are 2 troublemakers out of the picture. WSU might be able to do something with this after all, but they need to cap quickly, and that is exactly what they're doing. And it does seem that Doomfist will not get back onto the point in time. WSU does retake in overtime. And what a fast play.
What a very fast play there. It's hard to keep up, but very good play from Washington State just to make sure, all right, we're not going to have time left on the clock, but we at least finished. So let's say Colorado does finish with time left, you can at least still push out a draw and force it to a map 5 where you're still up 2-1. But it was very dominant play from Colorado for the majority of that push. And that defense, I should say. Just Kabe again. Where has he been?
I was gonna say, like, I'm surprised he's been subbed in
off tonight.
He's only been subbed in now for some reason. I don't understand.
Maybe he's new to the roster. Maybe he's had other commitments. Obviously, we have no idea.
I was gonna say, we're all students. We've all got something to do. You know, we're all gonna go back to homework after this, right?
"Quote unquote" homework.
Yeah. Actually, I will be. But anyway.
A lot of people will, but you never know. Some people may just be hopping on for more comp.
More comp ladder. It's time.
More ladder.
More ladder.
But honestly, Washington State, you take it. Yes, you didn't get any time left, but you at least cap. It's like, all right, we just need to shut down Kabe a little bit. Funkamaster was getting a ridiculous amount of value as well on that ball, which that's why I'm a feeling Dino's on that Brig and Cowboys on the McCree right away. It's like, all right, we got to shut him down as soon as possible.
And that might not be enough, too, as Funkmaster has proven to be very difficult maneuvering people out of situations they don't want to be in. They do successfully get away, and Deco does get picked by a hook from Ruby, as that distraction from Funkmaster was more than sufficient. However, he does get caught the second time around. Does not escape, which means Ruby has no more distraction to hook. They will be waiting around for their team to return, I do believe, as they poke for a little bit more charge, a little bit more damage.
And I think a big thing there as well, Kabe was trying to push on that right side, but as Alessinger saw it immediately, pushed him down and killed him. I'm guessing Colorado Boulder was just expecting Kabe just to be on that flank, and Alessinger's like, no, this is my space. You're going to have to beat me in a 1v1 to get it, and he just couldn't do it.
No, indeed. However, they are going to be trying to take the high ground this time around, as they did pull out a soldier. However, Illicit does get taken out by Patrix and company, which means the main heals are down at the start of this fight. However, Patrix will go down as well as Dino. that means a fairly even trade here. However, losing both off tanks means that there's going to be a very scuffed fight to follow here. Cowboy in a dangerous situation up against a tank that can definitely melt him, and melt him Funkmaster does. With a lack of DPSs on the point, Funkmaster is going to begin capping here now. Deco is going to be trying to not delay, but save his own life and go back to point B, where they will inevitably be holding for the next few minutes here, or as long as they can. Never mind, you're going to be seeing a return, a Diva Bomb that does kill the main, healing again. That is very good for WSU with what they are trying to accomplish right now. However, you're going to be seeing a Primal Rage come out of the duplicate, and does actually pick up both Aloe and Dino in that tiny room. That was a bad situation for them to be in. Funkmaster putting down the mines too is very, very dangerous. However, you are seeing kills fly both ways. However, it does seem to be flying a little bit in the... Oh my goodness.
We got a 1v1. We got a 1v1.
It is a 1v1. Cowboy does kill him, but the respawn advantage is in Boulder's favor. That was utter destruction.
That was utter destruction. What a sleep by Illicit, by the way. I know it's not going to matter too much, but that was a ridiculous sleep. And if you can do that in a team fight where everything is yet to be determined, it's going to come up huge. But that was mayhem. Just picks going back and forth. We thought initially, all right, Washington State gets a few picks, including that Diva Bomb from Whip. And the Colorado Boulder just comes right back with a few ults of their own. It was utter mayhem. And for once, the mayhem did not go on the Cougar side.
Ooh, you're going to be seeing Whip gets picked off immediately here, which is not a good start to this team fight. However, Zaya being taken out immediately does spell some good things. Cowbay, however, proving to be a constant thorn in the side. Aloe actually duplicates into a wrecking ball, which is fascinating. Cowbay says no. Please have mercy. It is strange that they're not... Wait. Oh, okay. No. I had a bit of a mind-boggling moment right there. But yeah, no, that delay there for that moment is very, very important because they need to now delay for as long as possible. They have to go for quite a while to match up with their own time. So any delay is a good delay for WSU. And a strong showing to start, given the speed of that initial fight. If they can keep up that energy, that's what they'll need to win. Colorado, on the other hand, they still have the momentum, I personally think, especially with the mines that are about to fly onto the point here. Cowboy getting taken out immediately does not help, and I believe he's going to use his mines to lock them away from the point, which is going to be very dangerous in a situation where Patrix is running around in Primal Rage. However, he does pick up the main healing. Deco on point, trying to do something to keep people off. However, Cowboy and crew are going to be returning to help Deco in his stance against the blue team. And it does seem that Boulder's going to have to reset here and figure something out, as WSU does hold successfully. Once again, Kabe is going to be switching onto a Tracer here, and Funkmaster switching onto the Reinhardt, needing a bit more of a brawly composition, as mines on the B points will not work for him on offense, it would seem.
And we're going to be seeing Ruby swap onto the Diva as well. I did like the idea from Funkmaster there to put the mines down, but it was maybe just a second too late, and his team were already getting pushed so much with the enemy team's ult, they couldn't get any value out of the mines. And as well, it just didn't cover that under area where the tank's like, all right, we're just going to fly up and do what we need to do. But potentially,
They tried, but they did not quite catch it. Now Isaiah's going to get thrashed over. The sound barrier will save their life for now, and in fact, flip things on the head of Cowboy. They do get taken out immediately. Duplicate done in by from Isaiah. Cowboy and Kabe gets another kill. This time onto Whip, and Dino falls as well. I'm just reading off the kill counter as it is flying by. Oh my goodness, that is total carnage. Right now, Aloe trying to get a Diva Bomb out of this. Will they be able to catch it? They do catch Isaiah out. Deco getting 2 kills. Do not count Deco out of any fight, my friends. It will ruin you.
Oh, so I think it was a very clutch ult there from Alessinger, as well as Deco's stall ability, just because, alright, it was a pretty even fight up to that point. Alessinger was about to fall, using that duplicate onto the Diva. It's just, you get 2 extra lives, basically. You get 2 extra lives with 300% ult charge. So, it definitely worked what they needed to do, and Colorado doesn't even get a tick with just coming to a minute left on the clock, with Kabe as well slipping onto that McCree, trying to challenge Cowboy in the McCree 1v1.
Yeah, right now, Colorado Boulder's going to try to sweep around the left side, try to catch them in their backsides. However, they are being met with tons of force. An ultimate will take out the main tank here and actually bring them back into the main fight. Right now, you're going to be seeing Dino using their ultimate and so many others as it goes back and forth, back and forth. WSU loses both of their healers. However, main DPS and main tank are down for Boulder, meaning that it seems like Boulder's going to have to reset, as Ruby does not have her power suit either. And now, without a mech, without a main tank, without anything to speak of on the point, WSU holds yet again, and we are in final fight territory. WSU has done it. They held for just about 3 minutes and 30 seconds, which is an eternity.
And I think big thing here, who's going to be able to use ults first efficiently?
Oh, they're looking for a primal rage.
Onto that Winston.
They're looking for a primal rage. You're going to see the bomb go out too. The point is completely clear. Now it is just a matter of how well Isaiah can use this ultimate and what kills can fly in, as the kills initially are looking very good for the Boulder team. However, they do lose Kabe to Deco, which is an important member of their team at the moment. Funkmaster getting absolutely shredded by shot after shot from Reaper, and even though he earth shatters him, it is not enough to keep him alive as Patrix flies in and gets the kill before he dies as well. And right now, WSU does have the spawn advantage, and they're taking full advantage of that situation. Right now, D.Va trying to hold off their new counterpart as Echo uses their duplicate to get a D.Va bomb. A second D.Va bomb goes out as well, meaning that they're not able to take advantage of it. Aloe is now trying their absolute best to stay alive. They cannot. Ruby gets another kill onto Aloe, and Cowboy falls. So many are falling from WSU, and they're starting to clean up right now. Patriots is trying to hold on for as long as possible. They do not, and at this point, you're going to be seeing WSU just try to hold on for as long as possible. However, they did get the 2-2 that they were looking for, so this is the second best situation that WSU could find themselves in.
I'll say they're going to be trickling in here from Washington State, just trying to delay, having just a little bit of hope of what's going to happen here, but it's not probably going to be well, as Dino and Cowboy are both going to fall. Deco's running in, trying to be the hero, not going to be able to do it, as Colorado just has the doors on lock, and each team will have a minute to push. But wow, I thought Colorado Boulder almost C9'd already. I don't know if you heard me gasp, but like, I was genuinely scared that they almost walked off, because I saw that Overwatch, the overtime timer just go down instantly. I feared for my life.
Yeah, well, they did not. They're successfully 2-2. As you say, they have 1 minute left each, and they need to make as much use of it as possible. Right now, WSU's defense has looked very strong when ultimates are in play, or even when ultimates are not in play. So it is a matter of Boulder breaking their defense swiftly, which, if there's anything about WSU, it's that their defense does not break swiftly.
Yeah, that's
they rarely get swept, or at least they've rarely gotten swept in the series.
And honestly, it's every time Cowboy swaps onto a different hit skin or sniper, Kabe's like, all right, you can kill me once, I'm going to swap onto that hit skin, and I'm going to give you a really good run for your money. And that's kind of been the theme tonight. Every role is battling each other. Funkmaster and Patrix have been going head-to-head all night. Ruby and Whip have been having battles all night. It's a very close game, and yes, Washington State won the first two maps very convincingly, but it's like it woke the Buffaloes up. They are now exactly the team they want to be, and they just need to hold here. But as well, the Cougars are playing very well, so I'm curious how these overtime pushes are going to go.
Indeed. You're going to be seeing WSU on the offense first, so no defense play from them yet. WSU trying to find some kind of opening for them to pass through and make their way closer and closer to the point as they become more and more of a threat as they get closer and closer. You're going to be seeing Alyssa trying their best to keep aerial units out while keeping the healing in their people in. That anti-nade is very dangerous for Funk, and indeed only the immortality field, by the grace of it, will be keeping him alive. Patrix does actually die as they pursue that a little bit too hastily. Funkmaster is at 126 and anti-ed again. However, no one is able to take advantage of it. His shield is down. However, I don't think WSU has the personnel to actually pursue it, as this doorway is very hard to walk through without a main tank.
Oh, so right now, their only goal has to be touch points. They're going to have a few people touching right now. Probably Ball and Ellison are just trying to stall out.
You do see Isaiah get taken out, though. Yeah, that's going to be Aloe taken out as well, though, which means that right now all Patrix is doing is trying to delay so his team can get there. However, his team is falling to the might of Kabe and Illicit as their hit scan is very, very strong. They will full hold WSU, which means you, at best for WSU, are looking at a draw and a map 5. And for Colorado, this is their map to lose.
And I want to give credit to Deco. It was he had some very good anti-nades, but Illicit's immortality fields were just better. Like the instant reaction to, he saved Funkmaster and I think Ruby with that initial immortality field. It was disgustingly good, and the Cougars just couldn't destroy the field quick enough. The anti-nade went away, Funkmaster and Ruby got healed up, they pressed W, they picked off Patrix, I believe as soon as the immortality field went down. And you want primarily like 2 very quick fights if you have a minute left on a point like this, and it was not that way. It was a 1 very long fight, and at that point they have a few people in spawn when, you know, time's ticking down, you barely got any time left on the clock. Yes, Alistair gets a pick, but it's just not enough. The Buffaloes are ready, and now they're going to try and get a tick. They only need 1 tick, 33% on this first point, to even up the series and bring it to a map 5.
Yeah, you're going to be seeing, I mean, either way, you're going to be seeing a map 5. A map 5 is already guaranteed at this point. It's just a matter of
the possibility of a map 6.
Yeah, it's a matter of a map 6 that we're looking at right now, which is very interesting indeed, and not something that I was expecting as the first match of our last week here.
Oh, see, definitely not. I'm like, all right, there's going to be some awesome matches. Well, maybe a few map 5s. I'm like,
I had high expectations, but they were
6?
blown away. Yeah. My high expectations were taken even higher. I am very excited to see what comes out of this. Funkmaster getting anti yet again. These anti-nades are something else from Deco, as they have given Funkmaster a run for his money. At this point, Patrix just needs to make sure that they don't get taken out of the game too early, and these anti-nades will take care of everything. However, Kabe does take Aloe out of the air, which spells danger for WSU, as that DPS from Aloe is very, very strong. Dino does get taken out by Kabe again. These 2 picks now in a 4v6 situation. Kabe is not making life easy, and indeed, so many members of WSU already taken out, and Colorado only needs a tick. This will be a map win for Colorado Boulder, it does seem. There it is. You have a 2-2 situation and a map 5 to start off tonight. Wow.
What a series. And what a map that was. It was back and forth. And we're going to see, I believe it's going to be Kabe's quad with the double pulse bomb, if I had to guess.
Yes, sir.
And what he put it even, he just put it on the D-Mech to Diva. What a play. But the defenses were very strong on both sides. It was just Colorado's overtime attack was just that little better. I'm kind of curious why Washington State went the monkey instead of a Rhine, just because with that monkey, it's so hard to contest that stairwell. And with a Rhine, you can just do exactly what Colorado did. You're going to have your shield up, and you're going to be swinging away when they're trying to pass through. Granted, Deco, it's a very good anti-nade, so he kind of let up the pressure a little bit. But, dude, I don't know what to say with this control map. It can go either way. I'm very curious to see what map is picked. If I were to throw a wild guess, I'm going to say Ilios, but we'll have to see what Washington State wants to do.
Yeah, I would honestly expect Ilios because of just Deco and Lucio being a match made in heaven.
Fair. That's very fair.
There you go. And I have just received confirmation that yes, it is indeed Ilios. That was, I mean, I could have just read that off the back of their minds.
You're just like, all right, I think, and therefore it is.
Yeah, no, it's true. I have psychic powers. I know what Deco wants to do.
No,
I do. He wants to
do that, man.
He wants to boot them into the pit. Tell me when COVID-19 is going to be done, Artie. If you have that kind of powers, I'll tell you after break. That's not. I'm not allowed to do that on stream. Not allowed to do that on stream. I have special restrictions. You know.
Special restrictions on the mind powers.
That being said, though, Colorado is in a kind of a weird spot, given that I don't think they're going to be looking around at the bright sun in Greece and thinking, "This isn't Lijiang.
This isn't Lijiang. No, we've been prepared for this.
This isn't Lijiang. Hold on.
We're in like our complete others. opposite side of the world, but pretty close.
Feels like it.
If you're Colorado, you just gotta. It's the analogy I used last week. You keep pushing the snowball down the hill until it hits something. And right now, you're Washington State. You need to build a wall of snow to stop it. You'd be like, all right, we're gonna build a fortress of snow, and the snowball's stopping.
Are you suggesting May then?
I'm not saying, man. I'm just, I'm snowballing example. You gotta bring some sort of snow analogy. I'm sorry,
Sure,
Wisconsinites always love snow.
Fair enough. Going into this next bit, though, you're going to be seeing Ilios plenty of pits to be knocked off of. I expect wrecking balls from both sides. Honestly, never mind. Neither will do that.
Well, they will not see wrecking balls.
But still, you will see Deco on Lucio. You knew that was going to happen. Why wouldn't it happen? Patrix prepping for that primal rage. You knew that was going to happen. Whip staying on the diva. It's going to stick to a dive comp more or less for Washington State. However, you're going to be seeing Kabe and Isaiah on Tracer and McCree, which is going to be an interesting matchup. Aloe's at a bit of a disadvantage, I would think, because of how much the time they typically spend in the air. Though maybe in this map 5, never mind, they get erased by Funkmaster. That is a good start for Colorado Boulder, and indeed they are on the offensive, pushing up, getting so many kills. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my goodness, and let's pick up a 5th one. That is going to be the first capture going to Colorado Boulder. Whew.
We're already seeing a swap. As Alice is like, all right,
yeah,
I'm not playing Echo into this. He's swapping onto the Sombra. But
good decision.
I know we questioned Funkmaster going on the ride initially, especially on Ilios. It's not a very Ryan-favored map, but he's making it work.
Isaiah, you've been hacked.
Isaiah's been caught out, but I don't know if Alice can be able to do anything. He just escaped, I believe, with maybe 20 HP.
Not a whole lot, I gotta say. That was pretty funny, though. It's like, you on the flank. Come here.
I see you.
You're going to be seeing the backfield go out. Both the Briggs getting deleted immediately. Deco almost losing their life as well. They're in a weird situation. Whip is going to be taken out of their suit now as well. However, Ruby is taken out of their suit. The mirrors are just mirroring each other's actions. Deco does get taken out by Funkmaster, though, as Kabe is trying so hard to kill this Mirror Suit Diva. He's in a situation, however, he's got healing on his side, and I think that might just be a tad dishonorable. Just saying.
What a pulse bomb! I know we barely caught that on the edge of the screen.
Yeah,
but...
no, that was beautiful. No, it's just like this diva duel. And off the cliff they go. Kabe and Whip are having such a nice duel. I wanted to see how that ended without healing.
Yeah, right. Kabe is getting the double. It's nice when the game aims for you in that ultimate.
That's true. You don't need to, though. I don't think Kabe would need much assistance from the game to pull something off like that.
Well, I honestly think, I know we were harping on the Funkmaster Ryan, but he's playing a more, I don't know, a slower playstyle where, yes, initially he's up in the front ground, in the high ground, not the high ground, I can't talk today, up in the front line, holding that shield out, trying to get pressure, but as soon as the dive happens, he is in the back and basically puppy guarding his supports at that point. It's like, if you're going to dive out, I'm just going to swing my hammer as Kabe just gets another pick on the Cowboy. It seems like Cowboy's been getting the short end of the stick in that duel tonight.
They have indeed. They need to find an answer for Kabe. So many ultimates being popped out at once and not a whole lot to show for it. However, Funkmaster does go down. Deco is without a life, as is Patrix, though. This is not sliding in the way of Washington State University, let me tell you. However, I do think that's largely to do with the work that Kabe has been putting out, and WSU needs to find an answer for him. Because he's just been left unchecked since you walked in.
I'm trying to think. Didn't Kabe get subbed in map 3? I may be wrong.
Yep. Right when they started getting started.
The Kabe difference tonight. Oh my goodness. And yes, we are shorthanding a few people, but just because it seems to be the spark the Buffaloes needed. Him coming in, his pop-off moments have been insane. Granted, yes, him struggling to kill the baby diva. I bet he'll get a good laugh at once he leaves tonight, but he's been popping off on any sniper or hit scan he plays. And now going on to Ruins here, I'm very curious what each team's going to run. And Funkmaster still needs keeping on that Rhine, so I'm guessing it'll be the same kind of play style, but we're going to be seeing the sniper 1v1. I'm curious if Kabe is going to get the best of Cowboy again, or if Cowboy is going to be like, all right, I'm the king here. Take your place.
I don't know. This is going to be an interesting duel to be sure. Kabe is mostly going to be threatening the rest of the Washington State team, though, right at the moment, kind of ignoring Cowboy, which is an interesting dynamic to be sure. Kabe does take out Deco, however, Kabe gets taken out by a whip. So it does seem that there's only one sniper on the field at the moment. However, Tracer's going to be harassing that as the brawl begins on the point, with Funkmaster beginning with the initial damage and some follow-up damage from Whip as they come back from their kill. Matrix does get taken out fairly early on into this fight, however, which leaves them without a main tank yet again. That is a dangerous situation to be in. However, Daddy D does get taken out, leaving just Illicit to be healed, though that may be more than enough as Boulder does retake the point here, or not retake, that is the first capture that they have accomplished. Aloe does get out narrowly with their life. They do hack the health pack that I believe that they're attempting to run away. That they grab the health pack, and so we're still getting harassed. However, their team does come back just in time to make sure that Aloe is not picked off.
And already Isaiah's gonna be having that pulse bomb, Shatter coming for Funkmaster. So as long as that Patrix bubble is down, it's a free Shatter, it's free game. Ult advantage heavily in the favor of the Buffaloes. It's just if they use it correctly.
Yeah, and that initial pick was definitely in. Oh, that is a bomb. That is not.
That was
in
a
the favor
Shatter
of
bomb
Colorado
combo
whatsoever.
that I believe Whip sadly kind of just ran into. I'm not sure if he knew that bomb was actually gonna hit him, but I know it was off screen. But you could hear the Funkmaster Shatter animation go off. I'm guessing the same thing I talked about happened. Patrix bubble went down. Is Isaiah,
went
you
for a
could not
cheeky
do that
pulse
to
bomb.
him.
Dino is getting bullied out here.
Dino has had a very rough second half of this series.
Yeah, they just kind of picked him out and said, all right, we're just not going to deal with Brig. There was a nerf. Know your place.
Granted, both teams are running Brig, but
Yeah, that's fair.
But
you
honestly,
still
so
say
far,
that, though.
that Shatter bomb combo, it just
They have been
dominated.
trying
And
to
right
do
now,
it, Kabe,
Allison,
though. You'll
it's
notice
taking
that they've
too
been-
long to build that EMP.
Yeah,
Yes,
they've been
you have
trying
it
really
now,
hard.
but you're
They've been trying
very
really hard
far
to
into
take out
this.
Kabe, and the team has just been protecting Kabe like it's their life, because so far it has been. However, Patrix will knock off two people with, I think that was a Primal Rage. And right now it's a bit of a cleanup situation for WSU as they are finally able to retake the point at 87% and start building up their own. This is a dangerous situation because WSU needs to keep this. If they don't, that is map 5, and they will have lost their last map of this run of the Pac-U Invitational.
a failed grapple there from Cowboy, but it is what it is. Kabe is me swapping out of the McCree and off of that Widow, maybe trying to deal with Whip in the backline just a little bit more. We're in an ult advantage, going a little bit towards Washington State University. Very smart and not using that many ults as EMP has been going into the backline, but it's only going to get 3. You know, it looks like it'll be going into their favor as it catches the right people. It catches that Diva, no defense matrix, and both supports. It was a very clean EMP. Yes, you don't need to get everybody with it. As long as you get the right people, you can still win that fight.
Yeah, and another clutch hack onto Funkmaster as the second part of that fight begins. Make sure that Funkmaster cannot protect himself enough to make sure that that fight doesn't swing or swings his way. Instead, he's going to be sent back to spawn. Ruby will jump off cliff to make sure that they're able to reset as well. And WSU proving that once again that they are a remarkably strong defense once they can get into a defensive position.
They're a very remarkable team. It's just the second half of this series has been very one-sided, sadly, for Colorado with the addition of Kabe. But right now, as Whip is going to be coming in with this minefield, a very clutch immortality field, though, from Alyssa is going to set this up, and we're in basically one-fight territory here.
Yeah, the Earth Shatter, however, does not get what Funkmaster wanted. Right now, they're kind of pursuing Dino again. Dino gets bullied again from the Reinhardt, and then just and Isaiah. Kabe in a dangerous situation as well, as we're all kind of in a situation where they're trying to wait and see what they're able to accomplish. That high noon does not quite get what Kabe wanted, and indeed there's a lot of low health on Colorado. That EMP is very dangerous. However, they will be able to successfully recover. Ruby is without the suit. However, Whip is trying very hard to keep this point in WSU's favor. However, it's not looking too good for them as kills are flying both ways, and you're going to see a little too many important losses from WSU. They're going to be trying to hop back onto the point here. However, it might not quite be enough. Cowboy does get taken out by Kabe, which might be the final nail in the coffin here. However, WSU has a very, very small chance to recover.
What a stagger kill.
that stagger kill actually might be the last nail in the coffin, as Deco's going to spend a long time recovering here, and it's going to be... Oh, we do have a minefield on, however, and Patrix is back on the field. Both tanks are sitting on the point and actually capturing it while Colorado decides what to do about that, and Kabe just melts. One tank. Dino gets bombed again. I think they've been pulse bombed for the last 3 deaths.
Yeah, that's probably a fair assessment. Right now, Buffalo is just trying to hold on right now. Reinhardt is going to get hacked, but it's just me, Daddy picking off Cowboy as Brig. One of the main things.
And what a sleep. Oh my goodness, and Whip barely gets back on in time. However, they will get pinned, try to put the shield up. It's not quite enough. WSU will lose to a reverse sweep. Boulder coming in clutch, and Kabe definitely player of the match. My goodness, what a rallying cry from that Cowboy.
What a reverse sweep. We're going into that initial break after map 2 thinking, all right, Colorado's really going to have to pull something out of the hat here. And they pulled a Kabe out of the hat and they clutched it up. It was such a good set of maps for the Buffaloes. I'm starstruck. Like, I need to follow this man on Twitter. What a performance.
Give me this man's Twitter handle right now. I need to know.
You get to Washington State. They were just caught off guard. They're thinking, all right, our DPS are winning the main fights. I would say the tank and support battles were going back and forth through every map. Even the ones that Washington State won. Both teams had their moments support-wise. But as soon as Kabe touched the series, it changed in Colorado's favor. We had a dominant Havana game for them, and I think it just turned the tide. You can tell the demeanor of Washington State sunk. Like, you get trapped in your spawn for 3 minutes, you don't feel very good about it, and he just made such a difference maker. Like, I know we joke around we usually debate about MVP, but like, is there anything to debate tonight?
There's only one, the one and only sandbox god, Torbjorn Main.
Who knew taking out the Torb would be the saving grace for the Buffalo, man? Like, I don't know. In Washington State, they played fantastic. Those first 2 maps, they were playing absolutely insane Overwatch. It's just they couldn't get it back together. They couldn't build the snowball. The snowball kept going. And
I think that surprise strength in the DPS slot was just, it was really off. I mean, it kind of changes
up. Who we usually talk about a lot, was pretty quiet.
It changes up your strategy. It really changes up your strategy when a surprise DPS strong pick just comes into the middle of the series, and using it to stuff you for 3 minutes, like you said, that's really, really difficult to deal with. And that's the result.
And I feel bad for Dino. Dino got bullied. Like,
Dino did get bullied. That was like 3 pulse bombs.
Sending it. Isaiah was bullying Dino, even Allosinger to an extent. Allosinger, even with the hacks sometimes, but Isaiah just had his number, and it goes back to the Isaiah we had in their show match against USC, right? It was that Isaiah that popped off at every single moment that you needed him to, and this time, instead of him not popping off once in a while, Kabe did. Kabe with insane ults, insane clutches. It's just hard to like wrap my head around it. We had to go into another match tonight, another show match.
Yes, indeed.
I can't get over. It was such a good game. Like, the back
and we've got
forth.
2 more. We've got 2 more.
Dude, if both games tonight are like that, I'm not gonna have a voice. Like, good luck.
Yeah, no. Make sure you drink some water, my friend, because the next match up is the Utah Utes versus the University of Washington Dogs. It is a matchup that's going to be very interesting, as it is yet another new enemy for Utah to face so far, undefeated in these show matches that we have shown to you on each Thursday night. We will see if they can defend that title for one last night. Till then, take care, stay tuned. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to be having our next matchup here. As previously mentioned, we're going to have the Dogs versus the Utes. And the next set of players that are on Utah's plate, and they're going to have to figure out how to deal with them, if they have to deal with them differently at all. Do you think they will?
A little bit. I don't say too much. I think both teams going in just have a set game plan of what they want to do. Not as much trying to counter the other team, but trying just to run what they want to run. If both teams obviously have a set play style in mind. Obviously, we don't know what that is at the moment, but they have a set play style going in. At least initially, first maybe a few fights on Li Jiang, they're going to try it. But then it's the adaptation game. Who can adapt better? Because both of these teams are incredibly good, are incredibly gifted, but being able to adapt and not mentally burn out, as you kind of saw in that last game with Washington State. Like when they started to get reverse swept, mentally they shut down, it seemed like. So who can adapt and who can stay mentally in the game if they're kicked down a little bit?
Yeah, it's going to be, I think it's definitely going to be a morale game. I think it's also going to be, like you say, that adaptation style, because both teams are incredibly good. But if they find themselves in a stalemate, both of them are going to have to try to break it free somehow. And that's where things are going to get interesting. What do I need to see out of UW? They need to create that stalemate in the first place. If they create a situation, I mean, obviously, optimally, they just stomp Utah, but you know that's not going to happen. Both of these teams are too good for that to happen.
Yeah,
and so for that, they need to have a stalemate happen in order to make it an adaptation game, not just a game of strength.
I would say they got to make sure they run their tempo, because in past show matches, Utah likes to run their tempo, and then they will delay spawns so much. They will try and stagger and get as many stagger kills as possible and take as much free space as given. So if you're Washington, you just need to make sure you keep an eye on it. So going into Li Jiang Control Center, we are going to be seeing this symmetric Junkrat from both sides here. So I think it'll be just, all right, who gets in first and who breaks that shield first, so they get so much more value.
Yeah, that being said, I don't recall last time we saw UW that they had a tank with that name. So I wonder if that's a sub-in main tank. Oh no, wait, no, that is their tank. Never mind. I remember. That speaking, while I'm having that single sentence though, Cool ABC already coming in strong, taking out both healers of UW, forcing them to go back and putting Utah in a position to hold the infamous door.
The infamous door of doom. But so far, game plan was all right. Utah, they took a different teleporter spot than usual, which I thought was a little interesting. Instead of just doing out of the main doorway, they did it up on that high ground doorway. They didn't kind of go out and it sends you a quicker route to White Room, and fair to them, they got there maybe a second later and let them get Koblard's turrets down. And now they're going to be setting those turrets up on that little doorway of doom. So now it'll be up to Washington to try and blast through, as Trubiab is going to be swapping onto the Tracer, granted, just because the Symmetra, if you're trying to push in, doesn't have as much value.
Yeah, you're going to see the Tracer actually end up pushing their way through here, and the tire does get shot down from UW, trying to make a hole. However, Platypus does make up for that by picking up 2 kills, including Cool ABC. And Triviab, actually, kind of a funny story there. Utah, you were holding the door so strongly, you forgot that Tracer made it through that doorway and sat on the point while you fought.
Yeah, it's a good play by Triviab. Like, all right, you know, if they're not going to be here, we might as well just take the space, take the point, get a few extra ticks. Yeah, but not going after this. Utah has every resource available except window that they could need, but Washington has nearly the same. So who uses them more wisely and who uses them faster? There
you go. That split in the point is going to make things very difficult. You're going to see a tire come out and catch 2 players off guard. That puts UW in a situation to be in a 3v6 now, which means that it's just a mop-up for UW. Now they need to simply clean up very, very swiftly. However, it hasn't been terribly fast. There you are. You're going to see the recap, and look how close those percentages are.
I would say, we know Utah usually dominates in these invitational matches, but so far Washington's giving a run for their money, as both teams are now going to be having Shatter going up into this next fight, as well as Platypus having that rip tire. Granted, his last time kind of got negated by Cool ABC, but We'll have to wait and see how that's going to go as we be sending in now.
Yeah, there goes the tire. He's just waiting to see what he can do with it. That sound barrier is going to make things rather interesting. Cool ABC does get taken out immediately, though, and that is a integral piece of the puzzle for Utah, making this an interesting team fight, to be sure. Mad trying their best to defend their team from an Earth Shatter, and indeed they do at the sacrifice of their own life. Trip trying to put out some damage at this point. Koblart, however, killing the Lucio, and with multiple combatants falling on the UW side, they're going to be forced to reset here. Cool ABC doing a lot of damage upon his return in an effort to mop up UW. Now UW only having one more chance to not only touch the point, but also win the fight. And right now, it seems like Dog... Oh, I was about to say Dog has high power, but they have 0 power now. That shield making things a little bit difficult for UW. However, they push past it, and now that shield is not very useful to them. Cool ABC, however, picking up both the off tank and main heals, and picking up 2 more. Oh my goodness. Never mind, that was 1 more, but it does not matter. Utah picks up their first part of the map here. However, they also pick up the first time anyone has taken percentage away from them on Lijiang Tower.
So yeah, at least from what I can recall, that's the first percentage I think I've ever seen Utah lose in the Pac-U Invitational. So fair play to Washington. They're bringing it to them right now. I think for Washington, you need to play your own pace a little bit more. It kind of goes back to that Utah special where they're just going to run their pace. They're going to run at you sometimes. They're going to fall back sometimes. So just being able to play together, not get caught out, and don't make those simple mistakes. Because any simple mistake you make, the Utes are just going to jump on every single time.
Indeed. Now you're going to be seeing Koblar make that teleporter at the top. You know that they're going to be brawling in here, setting up the turrets. This is what they do every day on this part of the map, and now they are the first people on this point. However, it does not unlock for another 10 seconds, giving WSU time to start up this fight. Or did I say WSU? UW. Sorry, I'm going to mix those up. Sorry. WSU meant here.
You're good. They're both Washington schools. I don't blame you too much. Just right now, kind of just Koblart. Koblar's going to get early pick on the night, though. It's kind of leaving Washington in an odd situation, just with Mags being the only healing at that point in time. Utah is just going to take the leisure of, we're just going to chill on point, make you come to us. But as I'm saying that, Koblart maybe gets a little too ambitious, is going to get killed, but it looks like it'll be a soft reset for the Huskies.
It will indeed. No, we call them dogs so often
well,
on the east side of the state.
I'm sorry, I'm being technical.
No, they are the Huskies. It's just that we say dogs so much on the east side of the state that I tend to forget that they're actually called the Huskies. Just a bit of regional lingo for you.
Regional lingo. There we go. You learn something new every day here on the Pac-U.
It's true. We're an educational front.
We're an educational
It's true. But you're going to be seeing right now, Andy does end up falling on the Utah side, and that might be the opening they need. However, with the main tank falling to Flame Turtle's Flame Strike, this is going to be a dangerous situation for UW to be in. The Huskies are going to have to reset here, as too many key personnel have decided to take the short way back to the spawn room. And despite the immortality field, Platypus is going to threaten various members of Utah's life. You're going to be seeing the 2 tanks fly into here, and indeed, as Zarya, this Echo is going to be trying their absolute best to get themselves a Graviton Surge in time, or just threaten as Zarya, whatever they can accomplish. Cool ABC getting a nasty headshot onto Mags. The stars aligned there. Cool ABC, however, caught inside that Graviton Surge, doesn't do too much for them. Stealth Ninja does not quite get the bomb, the timing to work. However, Platypus immediately taking out 2 members of Utah, both tanks, I would add, meaning that there's a severe lack of frontline all of a sudden for Utah, though Platypus will sacrifice their life to do so. A 2-for-1 trade is not anything to scoff at. However, that's a lot of kills flying the way of Utah. Doug desperately trying to retake this point. It is not easy for them, as Utah has been making it a point to be as stubborn as humanly possible for them, and indeed that stubbornness might save them the point and the map here, as no one is going to be able to touch, and Utah will take the first map.
So Washington had a very good idea, then they actually did a very good push that duplicate onto the Zarya to save yourself from their grab, as well as launching a grab. It was textbook. It's just they couldn't finish. Utah stalled long enough where reinforcements came back. And we're going to see a nice play here from Cool ABC. I believe is at the very end, they're getting, I believe, 4 out of those 6 final blows. And I don't know. If you're Washington, yes, you got a few fights off of them. But you have to, I guess this Utah team, you can't make any mistakes. Because any small mistake, whether it's positioning, ability usage, anything, they're going to take advantage and they're just going to grab it and chuck it right back at you. So
assuredness that they're going to pick Kings Row, just knowing that we've scrimmed against them and that sort of thing as a school. They like Kings Row. I'd be very surprised if they...
Everybody likes Kings Row. Everybody. Like, who doesn't like Kings Row?
You get a Kings Row. You get a Kings Row.
Like, okay, out of all of the hybrid maps that we have had throughout this Invitational, how many have not been Kings Row?
Wait, I think 1.
I think, well, yeah, exactly. Like, everybody, like, if you're a competitive Overwatch team anywhere, I don't care what level, you need to know how to play Kings Row just because everybody runs it. So I have a feeling it's going to be what we're going to see here. And I think you also need to shut down the DPS for Utah because Koblar and Cool ABC, as usual, are ruining Havoc. Like that May ult at the very end there, just freeze the tanks and I believe one of the supports. Icing on the cake. It's just mwah, chef's kiss. Like you can't get anything better than that from a teammate's perspective.
In breaking news, Utah will pick Numbani for their second map.
Wow. Okay. Okay, make that 2 then. Mark it on the calendar. It don't happen often.
There you go. Moments since Kings Row was not played, we're resetting the calendar to 0.
Yeah, you got to reset the calendar. They're like, okay, well, okay.
Yeah, but no, I'm very excited. This is the first time and probably the last time we will see Numbani in this semester's Invitational. And as much as the competitive scene does not love this map, I love this map. I think it's fantastic. I think it does all sorts of strange things to players as compositions, and I'm all for that.
It's an interesting map. I am in the middle, I would have to say, because I like certain aspects of it.
Uh-oh.
As we were getting reset here.
Delete this.
Yeah,
delete
you weren't supposed to see this.
That's illegal.
But
you can't see that kind of thing.
There's parts of this map where, yes, if you know how to dive correctly, your team's going to do amazing. And hit scans can also do a fantastic job on high ground. It's just a very weird map. The point B is just, it's too hard for defenders, in my opinion. It's so open. There's so many different flanking routes where if you don't cap B, what's wrong with you if you already capped A? Because
strong opinions from Twin Salty on week 6 of the
right?
the Invitational.
Okay, there you go. Hopefully that doesn't get trending.
There you go.
For instance, yes, it's either you choke or the other team has a very good B defense, which very few have. Which you never know. Utah being Utah might, but you never know.
Or in case of Owl UC9.
Yeah.
1.2 in Numbani.
That's fair. But honestly, I'm curious. I think you're playing into Utah's card a little bit with this pick on the DPS wise, but I can see why they're not going Kings Row. Because if they go Kings Row, they're just going to run Echo down their throats.
You can't just hand them Kings Row.
No, you can't. You got to throw a curveball at them. Maybe, obviously, Utah, I'm guessing, practices every map, but they're probably thinking you're going to run Kings Row, just like we both did. So
yeah, of course.
You throw in that little curveball. Maybe they have something up their sleeve for Washington that'll catch the Utes off guard.
currently the strange thing up their sleeve appears to be a robotic horse, as we're going to see Orisa and
Double
Sigma.
shield. Okay.
You're going to be seeing Orisa Sigma. You did see this played for a little while a few patches ago, and you're going to see it come back here as Cool ABC is going to try their hand at the bow and arrow. And it does seem that, by the way, the names are switched again. Just keep that in mind for those at home.
There we go. Very
There's
quick.
your swap. And you will now see a beautiful team set up here, as you're going to see UW definitely trying for this sort of divey composition, and Utah taking a very bunkered approach, I would say, given the extreme lack of mobility that Orisa and Sigma provide.
The extreme lack of mobility, they are going to get a pick for free, which if you're Washington, you take it. You're going to take any little advantage you can get against this team.
What a shot by WSU. That's two that they pick up.
Okay,
they're looking for a third. Earlier, they want a third.
You need to, handle these DPS. But single-handedly there, they won that fight.
Yeah, DPS on Utah, very, very strong as always. The sooner you take them out of the fight, the better. And Utah knows that. They're going to be defending them with all it's worth. What you need to do as UW, you need to waste their defensive resources in quick succession to get a shot at that DPS. Or, of course, just get a really good headshot on Widowmaker. But you will not be seeing that from UW, as that is not the strategy that they are attempting to employ.
Oh, so they're really trying to use a
And there you go.
You
will see Cool ABC taken out of the equation. They wanted them gone, and gone they will be, as UW enacts the strategy of take down enemy DPS. And ooh, a wonderful stick from Trivia that will take out the second DPS. It's like they're listening to me.
They have an inside feed to the caster comms already. They're like, all right,
I'm sure.
What do we need to do?
It's certainly a no-brainer that the biggest threat to this UW team is the DPSs from Utah. Both teams know it, I'm pretty sure at this point, given how quickly things failed after Cool ABC and Koblar went down. That was the most revealing play we have seen tonight on the strategy of a given team.
Oh, so yeah, it's pretty much point blank and center. It should have been what it was for WSU versus Colorado in our previous show match. You just need to kill Kabe, and they couldn't. And maybe that's something that Washington is starting to do here, is being able to kill Cool ABC, kill a Koblar. We're going to see it maybe a little ambitious of an ult here from Dog 21. Maybe not the smartest ult, but it makes them back up as the D-bomb is being sent in. It's going to get both DPS.
Bomb killing both HVT targets. HVT target. Yes. HVTs. As notice, they lose both of their DPS, and which direction do Utah go? Backward. And you know that that's going to be a consistent trend here if UW has anything to say about it, for sure.
So right now, if you're watching, you're just vibing right now. You've been going up, even though Dog 21 is to be picking up platypus very quickly in this, as well as Splinter with them.
Oh, what a bomb!
Being used. What a pulse bomb!
That was a beautiful arc. I am awestruck. I'm a little bit in love. That was great.
That was actually disgusting. Like it sadly didn't work out for him, but it's still like disgustingly good how good of a pulse bomb that is. But we are going to see Trubiab swapping onto the soldier now, trying to contest the hit scan sniper DPS.
Definitely.
For Utah a little bit more.
I'm sorry, I do want to go back to that for a second. He, from an elevated position, arced the pulse bomb over the brig shield onto her head. That was beautiful. But anyway,
chef's kiss.
Moving on. Right now it is yet again a matter. Oh, what happened, Trivia? You okay?
I'm not sure. Maybe he wanted to take a little. He wanted to jump in the ocean already. He wanted to take a little dip.
Wanted to take a swim. That's fair. It can be very warm in Nimbani, I hear.
It can be very warm.
That being said, it doesn't mean that Matt is going to be throwing Sigma off of the cliff. And another pulse
bomb from Stell.
No, I'm about to say pulse bomb, but Diva bomb. That is yet another kill that makes a dangerous situation for Utah. And Utah, for the first time in this entire Collegiate Invitational, are in a situation where they have to come up with a new plan.
Yeah, they reset just to plan 0 here and like, all right, this
or
double
maybe
shield...
they don't, given Cool ABC's headshot.
Yeah, Cool ABC, just pocket Cool ABC and Cobalt. That's all you gotta do.
Yeah, just keep them alive.
Which I'm kind of curious. This double shield concept in concept should be working better than it is. So I'm not sure if it's just. Well, I'm gonna credit more Washington for being able to counter it more than anything else.
Yeah, definitely.
Cool ABC is gonna get another headshot.
Another headshot with another radar arrow, I'd like to say as well. No, but they're going to be protecting their DPS, and UW is going to be doing everything that they can to remove it. And I do actually, on your note of the dual shield idea, I don't think the dual shield is necessarily there specifically for sustainability, though of course it's also there for that. I think it is also there because Utah wants a lack of one-shot ability from UW. They don't want a sniper to just be able to pick off one of their DPS. So they've removed that problem entirely and forces UW to get creative, which they have.
I would say these grass from
oh, what a dragon arrow!
What a dragon! Splitting the team apart and even getting one in the process.
I would say that is ending that push in one fell swoop, and right now UW's gonna have to go back to the drawing board. They do have 2 minutes and have made it a considerable distance.
Especially against Utah. You know, you take those. Against Utah, we'll be seeing Washington now swap onto the double shield.
You're gonna be
as
seeing
Triviat is on the May, Platypus onto the Junkrat, as well as Mag swapping onto the Baptiste. So
a strategy change, my friend.
A huge strategy change, and it's a bit gutsy, but I can definitely see it work. The only difference in comps being the DPS. So if Triviab can wall off people efficiently, even though Mags is going to be taking a blow for the team, as Cool ABC is going to be getting 2 more.
Ooh, and the DPS causing problems for UW once again. They need to get them out of that situation. And the double shield, now you're seeing the strength of it now that they're in a choke point.
I would say it's just in that choke point. Yes, Platypus's Junkrat can work, but it's if you actually have a full 6. And Cool ABC and Cold Blart, it's been their mission to not give you a full 6-on-6. It's the Utah formula that has been tested for generations. And it's been working today, and it's been working the past few show matches. And right now, Washington, you just got to figure out something to do.
Player tested, caster approved, as we're going to go into this next team fight, and Kobar is keeping everybody away with this high noon. However, will not be getting any kills with it. Is going to be trying to get a flashbang onto some foolish person sitting on the upper end. However, they know that he's up there, and Kobar will have to be forced to retreat. Not getting any kills for either side yet. As I say that, though, Platypus will get a kill on the Sonic and get a tire in a situation where they will not actually get any kills because of a well-placed Immortality field. And right now you are seeing a lot of low health on the University of Washington. Indeed, they will lose their main tank. However, Flame Turtle goes down as well. You're seeing a lot of a lot of parts of the shield composition losing their lives fairly quickly. However, it does seem to be that Utah is on the defensive here. Both Briggs stunning each other. However, Nathros will be the one to lose their lives as Dog follows up. They are frozen on the point and taking some damage, but so far staying alive thanks to their supports. And right now, Cool ABC is in the Washington backline, which will prove to be more than just a thorn in their side. Indeed, I do believe that will probably be half a dozen arrows as one by one UW falls, and they get it pretty close to the end. However, this will not be a 3-point first half of Nimbani for the Huskies.
It's an honorable push. You think about it, they're maybe, 10 to 15 meters off of finishing that push against a Utah squad that, yes, probably wasn't expecting this map. So if you're Washington, you take it. You did loads more than you did in the Lijiang map. So going in now on your defense, you gotta at least take a little more time off, I would say, on that first point. Maybe try and get it to under 2 minutes. And then if you let it go, it is what it is. Try and give a few minutes off, a minute or two max, and the B part. And you're in a good standing. You're maybe defending C for maybe 2 minutes, if my math is right. And you have a really good shot at it. They've been trying to shut down Cool ABC and Coblart, but Cool ABC, he's not human.
Is a dangerous man or woman. I don't know. I don't know who Cool ABC is.
I don't know.
They're an enigma. Guy, gal, or non-binary pal.
You never know. But Cool ABC has just been like disgustingly good today, as they always are. it's just a normal thing for this Utah squad.
It's a beauty to watch, but it's also a beauty to watch. It's a beauty to watch them under pressure, though, too. It's been something very interesting to watch them do. Watch them change these strategies, because usually Utah just walks on a team. This time, they've had to get creative. Notice, Cool ABC just flanked for the first time in the entire Invitational. You've never seen him have to do that, but he was like, I have to get behind these guys. They're kind of dangerous up front.
But definitely gives credit to Washington. They had a game plan going into Numbani, and for the most part it worked. Yes, you couldn't finish out the third push, but now on this defense, use that Winston, use that Diva as an advantage, even though as it's, oh my goodness.
Main tank kill at the very front of it is going to be very, very dangerous for UW. However, an anti-nade will dissuade them from pushing immediately. However, it does seem that Ana is in a dangerous situation. Both supports trying to keep each other alive. Trivia will be the next to fall to the Utah DPS front. And indeed, Utah is gaining ground on the first point of Numbani. Indeed, the
Here
only
it is,
point
Dragons.
of Numbani.
We're 40 seconds into the game, Artie.
Yeah, no, I mean, you expect it, don't you? That's a lot of damage that he was putting out.
It was a lot of damage, but you're thinking of that's like a coalescence time, you know what I mean? Like, yes, Morgan's coalescence, you can grind pretty quickly. He got that, what, 40 seconds into it and just launched it? You can tell Washington was like, he's what?
The funniest part about that is that he didn't actually need to launch it.
No, he did not need we have a Bastion. We have a Bastion.
Oh, dear. That is, you know, his name may be Koblar, but right now I think it's disrespect.
I mean, Cool ABC.
Oh, is it Cool ABC that's doing it?
It is Cool ABC
Sorry.
swap.
Sorry,
Which confused me.
Koblar's body was inside Cool ABC.
Yes, and yeah. We're going to be seeing Washington swap onto the double shield comp as well with the Zen instead of Mercy, and I don't think they know that the Bastion exists.
No, but now they do. Now they do, my friend, and it is very dangerous with such a wide field of vision with that amplification field. They are going to get the second point here for free, most likely. However, they are going to drop onto it. They are going to try to contest this. However, it seems like only Soldiers have been able to contest Cool ABC. He does get taken out, though. It's all they need. And Dog gets taken out next, and it seems that I don't think that UW took terribly well to being disrespected like that.
No, they're like, okay, BBC, Cool ABC, back onto the Hanzo.
Hold on, you might have taken the first point, but that doesn't mean this is over. Hold on.
No, you don't get to put Bastion on us, of all things. Which I believe that's the first time Bastion's been played in Invitational
yeah, no,
as well.
It is, and a short-lived experience.
Very short-lived experience. But going into this next fight, Washington, you have a few tools at your disposal. You have both of your DPS ults. When Utah's going to have both of their tank ults and maybe a late rally. You know, yes.
Dog will take out their why am my words are frozen? They're taking out a lot of members. I'm experiencing too much death. My brain is short-circuiting. I'm experiencing too much death on camera, and this is not okay. I've just experienced too much brutality. You know, I'm speechless at this point. That was merciless.
As soon as it was in the middle of the animation still for Tribiab's Pack Visor, who is already switched to McCree, like, I'm done. I can't do this anymore.
You switch.
It's just headshot to the dome before he could even start shooting. So
yeah,
it's like, what?
I don't think it was intentionally an ultimate shutdown, just a nice bit of chance. And right now, it does seem that UW is in a bit, not in last fight territory, but in a deciding factor.
One win territory.
Yeah. And right now, you're going to see all of the ultimates pop here. Koblar taking out two key members. However, Koblar does fall, meaning that there's only one half of the DPS. However, that might be the only half of the DPS that they need for this push, as Cool ABC gets another kill. And right now, it does seem that Utah's just trying to clean up. And indeed, that room is spotless.
Oh, so you get to watch at times are having their great moments. Sometimes even Flame Turtle there in the last bit, yes, it did not matter in the long run. But we see I believe he was one of the Diva Bombs here for Stealth Ninja, who also had a very good, like, tank-wise, they had great moments. It wasn't as consistent as they were hoping it to be. Because even at the last bit there, Stealth Ninja rocks the enemy Sigma out of his ult. What'd you think? All right. huge amount of value negated. And then Utah's like, all right, we don't need it. And we're just going to keep pressing W and we're going to kill you. So it's like, Washington, yes, certain things are going their way. A lot of things that don't normally go the way of teams playing Utah are. I don't think I've ever seen Cool ABC play this cracked, and I know we've watched him for a while, but my God, get him the belt.
It's that pressure, right? Again, we're seeing a Utah under pressure. We're seeing a Utah that's not sleeping, right?
They're finally like, all right, this team wants to like actually give us a good fight here. All right, we're just gonna turn it. We had it at 50. We're just gonna turn it to like 100 real quick. Just wait a second.
You come at me?
Yes, like you're really trying this, Wash. Okay. And it's like cool ABC Cool got offended. It's like they got fully offended that they even tried because I can't express
it was a strong
Nimbani
showing. However, you are going to be having a third map, but before that third map, we're going to be having a little bit of a break while UW tries to recuperate and Utah prepares for their third outing, their third map. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And we are back here on the third map, and in breaking news part 2, you're going to be seeing University of Washington. I almost said WSU again. It just rolls off the tongue. I'm sorry.
It's the Washington schools tonight, man.
It's true. I have to. It just rolls off the tongue. I know it to be true. So we're going to be seeing Watch Point Gibraltar as our payload map.
Of all maps.
For the first time in the Pac-U Invitational. What do you make of that?
I'm guessing they're heavily trying to make Utah run dive. And
yeah, that makes sense.
I don't know if they want it. I don't know if they want the smoke. You're just going to make Utah like, all right, we're just going to flex these other strengths that we have. And it does benefit Cool ABC's Hanzo because he just has such easy access to high ground. Is it the right call? Maybe. I have a feeling Washington, yes, we said this last game as well. They have a plan going in, and they did, and their offense was actually pretty decent, but then Utah was like, okay, we're just going to steamroll you on our offense. So Washington need to set the pace. They can't let Utah take the pace again going into this map. If they do, it's just going to be a 3-0.
It is, and this is the moment. This is the last chance that they have to make it not a 3-0 and both teams know it. The energy is high. You're going to be seeing Flame Turtle actually roll up onto the Wrecking Ball, weirdly, which is very, very strange given the map, though I suppose that the elevation leaves plenty of places to hook onto. Still,
plenty of natural terrain to kind of just move around.
Yeah, just it requires a certain amount of maneuverability, though. If anyone's going to be able to pull that off, it's Flame Turtle. So we shall see how that is accomplished. And you know that Cool ABC and Cobalt are going to be boosted by Sonic here.
Oh, Sonic's just going to be power boosting one of the two, if not alternating between the two. As on Cool ABC, like, all right, carry us.
If I
please.
see Sonic hold down left click ever, I'm shutting down the studio. Oh, he just did it. All right, that's it. We're done.
We're done. We're done.
That's it. No.
Unbelievable. I didn't even coming back. I wasn't expecting production to do that.
I had to shut down the studio. He held down left click. I can't abide by that. We have to shut down the studio.
Calm down already. Calm down. Let this man have a life. Let him do his job.
No. Everyone knows that Mercy mains are slaves to the DPS.
I was kind of caught off guard. I wasn't expecting production to actually do it fair play.
I told you, I was going to shut down the studio. I shut down the studio.
Cool ABC
I have that power.
Already has dragons. Again, he was kind of caught on his own, and Platypus will eventually get the kill after, I believe, 3 or 4 attempts. And a minute already off the clock. Kind of just, all right, now 1 DPS down. Now we got to mess with the other very good DPS in Cobalt, which, as I'm saying that, gets the Winston. And right now, they're struggling at anything. That was a dragons from spawn?
I'm not sure, though. You do have Bob ripping it up in the front there, making some space for Cobalt. However, the cart is stuck down there, and given the amount of kills that have not gone the way of Washington, they will be resetting here, trying to make sure that they have some space. Man kind of getting taken out of their hidey hole by a well-placed dynamite. Cool ABC does get caught in that little bit of hole there, which now means that they need to take out Cobalt, and Diva will try to do so, if only to be taken out of their suit. Platypus gets taken out as well by Cobalt. As much as they're trying to take out that second DPS, that second DPS is making it rather costly.
And Mag is going to be popping trains on the suit just to stay alive, even though his main thing is me anti, so it doesn't do a huge amount. Trivia getting post-mortem kill on the Cobalt, but not before the tick damage kills Nitros. Both Mercies are down at the moment, so only Ana and Zen heals. But right now, it's such a mashup right now. I don't think anybody knows what's actually going on.
I'm surprised neither team is reset here right now. Both teams believe that they can win, and that is probably the best Overwatch you'll ever see, is when both teams think that they can win a team fight.
I agree. There's Platypus even using the duplicate on the ball. I think just trying to stay alive, but also trying to get this minefield maybe on the point.
Obelart gets stuffed in the back line. Now it's just Cool ABC out on the field. They're doing a good job of keeping both DPSs not together. Both DPSs separated, as it were. I know the English language, I promise. Oh, right, just a rock comes over that cliff, and a beautiful gravitic flux. Look at that, lowering everyone down to half health. Does not get any follow-up, however, which is unfortunate given the gravity of that particular ultimate.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
I
tried to be
really
a
hard.
funny guy. I did that. It was a good laugh.
Dude, Dog actually caught Trivia before going down.
Oh my goodness. Star was like, alright, if I'm dying, you cover with. But right now, it maybe leaves a stall up, because now Bob is going to be on payload. And unless he gets burned very quickly, it's going to let Utah back into this.
Yeah, no, Bob is single-handedly proving to be an invaluable 7th member of the team. As now, Flame Turtle's trying to make some space for Utah so they can finally get these pesky UW players off my cart. However, they're not leaving so easily, and indeed, Sonic will fall now. It's those little kills. They keep on getting those cheeky kills that make sure UW can't quite get them off the cart. And indeed, all of the time is gone at this point. It has felt like one continuous fight almost the entire time. And right now, UW is trying desperately to push it just that little bit further, push people off of the cart. However, it is getting very, very difficult. You're going to be seeing Platypus now trying to switch over to a soldier to sprint back into this fight. A Doomfist Cobalt takes out Triviab, and right now, never mind. I was about to move on from that, but Cobalt gets taken out. gets taken out by a Diva Bomb. However, you will not see UW make it back to the cart in time, despite the fact that I feel like Max actually touched that point, but that's just me.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know exactly, but I want to give credit when credit is due. I know we were joking around, right? How about Cool ABC was kind of messing around in the background, kind of stalling a little bit, but it actually mattered. It gave enough time to where Koblar could send in Bob, and the rest of the reinforcements would come in because they have that spawn advantage, and it actually saves them that point. I know you and I were joking about jokes at that point, thinking, all right, fight's over. You know, Washington's going to get the point. And Utah's like, hold my beer, hold my coffee. And they just
that bomb
sent
play
it.
was very strong.
Fair play
it was
to
very
them.
strong. It was very strong. Again, Utah under pressure is now my favorite thing to watch right now because we haven't seen them under pressure.
No.
Look, the score is 2-0. It might be 3-0 by the end of this, but they felt the pressure. And that was the important part. You see a team who hasn't had to face much adversity now face a lot of it. And the plays we've seen from both teams coming out of this immense amount of pressure that both of them are feeling, this has been a lot of great Overwatch. There was a lot of great Overwatch in the last show match. This is a different kind of great Overwatch.
Oh, so the last one was just great Overwatch because of how competitive it was. The back and forth and the reverse sweep just makes it even better. This one is just seeing a team actually getting pressured by a very good Washington team, which in a way, I feel bad because they're playing decent parts tonight. It's just they haven't been able to finish everything that they've wanted to start, and every punch that they try and do, it works for one round, and then Utah adjusts. So
yeah.
It's an incredible amount. It's just incredible amount of joy for me to watch a team that is this adaptable.
Yeah, they're very, very strong. Andy actually is the first to fall on the Utah side of things, which means main healing is down. However, Washington will lose both of their DPSs and trade for one of their own, and Tribyov will get raised, which means that the trades are definitely in favor of Washington if they can finish this out.
Already has dragons. The man
already has dragons. Takes out Tribyov. There goes the ultimate to make some space, and they're going to keep pushing that cart, or maybe they won't. I don't know.
Maybe?
Now that maybe, never, no, never mind.
Contested right now, so I'm guessing.
There we go.
I'm not sure. Maybe Flamethrower. Maybe Stealth Ninja for Washington was kind of stalling it out a tiny bit, but and it's actually going in Washington's favor as Mags is going to get a kill, and Cobalt as well is already going to have that nano and that blade, but not much to do with it right now.
Hold on though, Mags does get res,
which
means the main healing for Washington is actually going to be staying up here, which means they do have a chance, especially with that Valkyrie, especially with that Bob, with that Primal Rage. They've got these ultimates up. Can they use them effectively though, as their DPS has been getting stuffed by this Roadhog who keeps on hooking people to his location, and Anti-Nade down there also is going to be very dangerous. Oh, and
what a sleep by Mags.
That makes sure that Genji is going nowhere, and only Platypus will fall to that blade. Koblar does wake up and gets killed by Mags on top of it. That is a power move if I have ever seen one.
If I've ever seen one, that's definitely the power move. Because right now it's still an even fight somehow. Spawn advantage is going Washington's way, but Utah is bringing everything at them right now. Cool ABC almost at this pulse bomb. Probably going to stick it onto the Steve or into the back line.
Oh,
but
loses that fight though, as Stealth Ninja will pick up a kill against Cool ABC. Right now, Dog trying their best to gain some traction. However, as much traction as they're getting, I think they've lost this initial fight here and might have to reset. However, it seems like they really don't want to, especially with Matt in such a precarious situation. Clutch healing from Nathros to make sure that that fight doesn't flip the wrong way. Oh, but a nasty sleep on to Mad puts them in a precarious situation once again. Sonic is the first to fall, and Koblar again. Oh my goodness, the kills are racking up, and Cool ABC is trying to make something happen, takes out Nathros. However, with 3 members down, Utah is going to recuperate. They have a minute. They're on a wall.
I think we've seen Utah take their foot off the pedal a tiny bit, and Washington is taking full advantage of it. It's Cool ABC now is going to be on the McCree, and I think Washington is just taking every single advantage, holding that high ground extremely well for the DPS, just a full reign, as well as their supports, and I believe poor Flame Turtle is stuck in the back.
Yeah. I don't know if he's stuck. He's just in a lovely situation. Koblar is going to get his blade out and not get slept this time. And we have seen what happens when he does not get slept in that blade form. That is 3.5 kills to the Cobart man himself. And without those 3 members, Utah will 3-0 this map. Though I have to say, it really didn't feel like it.
It felt like it was a 3-1, 3-2. But I think it's just because, yes, Washington State, they didn't just take it. They were trying to throw a different strats at the wall, and a few of them stuck. Like, maybe 30 seconds left on the clock during this push for Utah? It's like, Washington, they had stuff that worked tonight. It's just, Utah, again, yes, I think at the end there, they maybe took their foot off the pedal a slight amount, just maybe a little bit, but
I don't know. I would like to credit it to Washington's determination, to be totally honest, because
their
they were
their mental must be insane. Like, if I was on that Washington team, I would be gone.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be talking. I would be basically throwing at that point. But fair play to Washington. You know, Utah is not an easy team to play. So you go in, you give them a really good challenge, you almost win Watch Point. Like, you're taking that.
They put up one heck of a fight, and that was probably 2 matches. There's still another match. We've had 2 fantastic matches, and I'm expecting a third. This has been beautiful Overwatch for the Pac-U, and I have enjoyed every second of it. I hope everyone at home has as well. We have one more match left. It is none other than California Berkeley's Golden Bears versus Arizona State's Sun Devils, Twin Salty's very own. We're going to be seeing some excellent action when we come back from this break.
Don't go anywhere.
And welcome back to the final match of this week. Indeed, this final week of the Pac-U Collegiate Invitational. We're going to be seeing California Berkeley Golden Bears versus Arizona State's Sun Devils. And we're going to be seeing some interesting stuff here, I suspect, because Arizona State has had a bit of a shaky front. Berkeley's had a bit of a shaky front as well. But when they've been on it to a very, very strong level, proving that they belong in this invitational. And the question there is, who finds that groove first?
Yeah, it can be like, all right, so we're both going to prom, and like, which song is gonna get us a little groove in a little bit? It's kind of what both these teams are. They're both, I don't want to say moody, but very like swaying teams. Like, if something doesn't go right initially, it takes them a little bit to kind of get over the hump and then start going at their pace again. So I think a big thing tonight is gonna be who sets the pace early, and then how can the other team respond?
Moody, prom, dancing. This brings back in memories.
I think it's more even than what people think going into tonight. I think it can be a very even game. I don't know if we're gonna have map 5. It just depends on how each team comes out, map picks, etc. Especially with the new meta, as we talked about in the first show match tonight. Not the new meta, the new patch. It does kind of lend a little bit more to people who play Ana, just because she gets a little bit more value with those nades, just because her big tanks aren't blocking it when they're already full health. So we'll see how that's impacted tonight.
Namely, it means that you can throw anti-nades through your full health tanks.
You don't have your Reinhardt kind of just sitting there with the shield and it hits him in the back like, ooh.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, it also helps with like divas eating it, people dodging out of the way. It's harder to see because you don't see the animation of Ana throwing it anymore if she positions correctly.
Exactly.
So we're going to be seeing whether both of them do it. Honestly, best case scenario, both teams find their groove and we find both of the teams at their best. Who's better?
Exactly. And that's obviously best case scenario. It's the dream scenario. Will it happen? You never know. We'll have to see. But
I'll never get used to Barcode's name. Yeah. It surprises me every single time I see it. I was like, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that exists.
Well.
But going in, I think it'll be a very interesting match, especially going into Lijiang Tower. A lot of different comps can be run. Right now, California Berkeley looking like we're running Ryan Zarya with that Sim Teleport on the point. And with ASU, they'll be running Sigma Ball, which I'm kind of curious how that's going to be run with the support line as well. But you thinking if they're running it, they probably practiced it, so they have faith.
Indeed. We're going to be seeing them rush out of the gate here. Definitely going to be going for those Symmetra teleports. Indeed, Berkeley is going to be the first onto the point because the other team does not have a Symmetra, and that might be the first time we've seen that in quite a while.
Yeah, I think we've had Sim teleports in almost every Legion.
Oh, my. What a transition. There we are. We're going to be seeing... Spidey almost getting knocked off the cliff here, and 3 members of Arizona State either... Oh, I was about to say flying off the cliff, but then Spidey fell off the cliff literally. I couldn't use that metaphor. We're going to be seeing a reset on the Arizona side of things. 3 early kills mean that team fight is not going to happen in a way that Arizona would like. The Sun Devils are going to now retreat and prepare something stronger. Nile is going to be switching over to a McCree, where Barcode will stay onto the Echo. A strong pick nowadays.
A very strong pick nowadays with the small but subtle health buff that McCree got a few patches ago. Kind of gives them a little more sustainability and better leverage against...
Someone forgot about how anti-nades work. Is that shield went down while the anti-nade was up, and they received no healing and fell very quickly. And it does see... Oh, 7 picking Barcode out of the air from some unimaginable height. And right now, it seems like Arizona's going to need to reset again. It's those early picks that are getting them. Once they get onto the point, they've been fighting fairly well, but only with the members that made it there.
Exactly. And I think we've noted an error because we have 2 7s. We have the off-tank 7 for ASU, and we have the 7 DPS for Cal. So for tonight, I'm probably going to say...
I'm going to call the other ones the 7.
S7. I'm going to say S7 for ASU.
Just for that one.
We'll see how that goes. But right now, ASU kind of pushing in, trying to make sure they don't get caught off guard. But
off the cliff. Speaking of Spidey gets a loop onto the 7, and Illegal Panda has an anti-nade on them, but they're gonna sacrifice their life anyway. If they're gonna die with somebody else. And Spidey gets another knock onto Moity. These environmental kills are out of this world and out of the night market.
So right out of the night market and into the streets below. Right now, ASU has just not been able to do anything. Is right now
that is a
Splot's just, you know, hanging out in the spawn, and I guess Barcode is gonna be hanging out back there. Both Deadeyes coming in, 2 for 7, 1 for Nile. Somewhat even fight right now, as Nile's gonna get the best of 7, but overall, kills are going the way of California Berkeley, and they will be taking stage 1 of Lijiang Tower.
And it seems like Berkeley will find their groove first, and now it is up to Arizona State to rise to that challenge. Do you think they'll be able to pull it off in this map, or are we going to wait to see another point or 1 point go into Berkeley's pocket beforehand?
I would have to say, I don't know. It depends. I would say it goes into the more playstyle of California Berkeley on what they ran on Night Market. With the Symmetra, you may be getting 7, maybe staying on this Makrima, maybe switching onto a Junkrat or a May. It just doesn't favor. It favors a lot what California wanted to run. Even though we're seeing Spotlight on the Tracer, which is, you would think out of every map you would have him
now
on the Symmetra, but
hey,
if they have a plan going in,
they seem to just not want to do Symmetra things, which is totally fine. But it is interesting to see that difference. That is going to be a key difference for Arizona. Can they make Symmetra work? Because if they can, they will have got their value, and they have something over California Berkeley. In the meantime, though, the Golden Bears are making their shots work. Splotchy Lime having so much energy. Look at those globules on her back, my goodness.
And it was a great stun from 7 onto Illegal Panda, just making him put his shield up for a second with that stun, and it left him wide open. He got melted very quickly, and the advantage all of a sudden turns from a slight ASU advantage to a total California Bears advantage. So fair play. It was a very good flashbang from 7.
Indeed, this has been an interesting position that they now find themselves in too, because Spotlight is on the Reaper in a situation where they are stuck at the door. Oh my goodness, Quality with a triple fire strike. Goodbye reset. I think they got them all killed in the matter of what, 2 seconds?
2 or 3 seconds. Yeah, I would say probably about 2 seconds. That was kind
brutal.
of an absurd kill, and I think a big difference we're seeing is S7 being on that Sigma instead of being on the Zarya. It gives more offensive capability for less defense.
And there's that Graviton Surge, a brutal one. Oh, but Gravitic Flux catching them in that room. It is a dangerous situation to be in. Sound barrier keeping them relatively safe. However, Koala does fall to that strike and Spotlight short after. So many members of Berkeley now falling, and Arizona finally finding that initial groove. They are running down the tracks now.
Running down the tracks, not looking back, hopefully, and going into this next fight. Yes, both teams have a few ults up their sleeve. Neither of them are really going to have that Zarya grab, but it's just, all right, who can get that Shatter down? Who can get that Deadeye down with actual value?
Yep, you're going to see the Deadeye come out. Oh, Earth shattered out of it. That is a shame, as another Deadeye will come over from the top 7. Getting away with it, however, almost gets booped in a relatively safe situation, however, as Nile is preparing to use a spinning wheel of death. However, it does not seem that they will need such a thing.
Yeah, they're not going to need it for right now. They're going to kind of push them all the way to the doorway of death. It's probably going to be trying to aim for maybe a Shatter Death Blossom combo, or maybe initiating this fight with Coalescence as they do.
Indeed, you're going to be seeing Coalescence come out immediately here, and nothing to counter it as the team compositions are very, very different. A strange teleport. Oh,
what
but
a sleep.
That, oh, and Nile got away with it somehow. Look at that, and a Death Blossom on top of it. That might be the most strong Nerves of Steel I have ever seen. 80 health. He still Death Blossoms, having faith that he will live through it. What a play. He gets slept. Woke up out of it by a team member. Honestly, that was Berkeley's situation to lose. They woke up the sleeping Death Blossom.
So they woke him up, and I bet their Ana is screaming at the top of their lungs right now. Why did you wake him up? But going into this fight, ult economy does favor California Berkeley a little bit, having their own Death Blossom, probably be coming in with this Graviton Surge.
The Spotlight's just fine and waiting for the moment to use it, and they do. However, they get booped out of it due to a strong effort from Moity to keep them out of the situation, and now a sound barrier to keep both teams alive. That's a lot of ultimates being used in a situation where there's not a whole lot left on the board. Seven's going to be the next one up with an ultimate, and that sound barrier coming out onto Arizona State puts them in a great situation. So Seven now needs to pick up that ultimate charge, and Illegal Panda getting another shatter, uses another shatter. I don't think they're expecting him to build it up that fast again.
I don't think they did. That sound barrier from Moity was actually huge because California, yes, they use their sound barrier and they're pushing up. A lot of Arizona State's people were either low or about to be very low with the pushing Reaper of all people as well. And Moity slowly builds it up. I believe he's at 95% and quickly got it up to 100%. Used it, was able to counter push with speed. It was an excellent play from Moity there on main support.
It was fantastic. Well, I mean, yeah, it's I love seeing support plays because they're usually very, very subtle, except for the slight moments where they're not. And in that situation, it was very not subtle, noticing that all the ultimates were down and then a sound barrier came down.
It was like, all right, yeah, you're going to use all your ults, and then I'm going to use mine, and we're going to win this fight. We're going to win the stage and force it to stage 3.
It's all a gamble on how long you can hold on to that ultimate, because if you die, you didn't use your ultimate, but if you use it too late, then it won't have mattered anyway. It's all a game.
It's all
of Overwatch. It's like they're playing a video game.
Yes.
Oh, and a aggressive push up by Seven puts them in a situation where they've been anti-nated and fairly low health. They have an Echo. I forgot to point that out, but they don't have an Echo anymore, as that will be taken out of the equation. Wrecking Ball hacked, and a big piece of ultimate charge for California Berkeley. However, they weren't able to make very much use of it. The hacks have so far been delayed. They do get the hack onto the Diva, however, which is debatably worse than getting anti-nated, and unfortunately, C7 has both. That is a rough day for them.
Oh, so right now, kind of somewhat of a fight keep going on, but Splat, I believe, has 3 or 4 final blows in this first push alone. And you think going into that, very shortly after the fight starts, it goes in ASU's favor because they actually get Nomad very early in that fight. So they only have Lucio heals. They just couldn't take the right advantage of it, let California Berkeley back into the fight with Nomad, and they won the point. You know, going up in this next fight, actually a lot of ults, almost every ult from California Berkeley, just how long that fight went, and Arizona State, ult kind of wise, is lagging a little bit behind.
Yeah, no, it was the name of the, well, here's the thing. They left Spotlight almost completely alone, and hacks on the tanks that Arizona have chosen are deadly. You cannot leave Spotlight alone like this, and that's exactly what they've been doing. Spotlight has had excellent opportunities. However, they're probably going to be changing that as the, oh my goodness, Nile is getting gets jostled around by Splotchy Slime, but they will fall along with the rest of their team. And Arizona State showing that the Sun Devil name is not just for show.
It is not just for show. Granted, yes, Nile's attack visor there didn't get a huge amount of value, but it put a lot of pressure where Illegal Panda and S7 could just get tons of value. They made them force them to them. You know, for California Berkeley going to this next fight, you have the EMP. So you can try and get this EMP. I'm not sure how close Diva Bomb is just because she's out of mech at the moment, but you can get EMP hopefully with like a Pulse Bomb combo, or maybe Diva Bomb if she has it. We'll find out in a few short seconds here when she remechs. She does have, so maybe an EMP bomb combo for ASU. You're just trying to set the tone, maybe an early rally here.
I do believe that is what they're going to be attempting. However, this EMP may make that very, very difficult to accomplish. However, that rally does go through EMP, so they casted it early enough. I don't think that's what Spotlight would have wanted. And then Barcode is going to be taking a Sombra of their own. And now that the Sombra is dead, they are the only Sombra left on the field, which is a dangerous situation to be in, especially when they can build up an EMP that quickly. However, it seems like that is needed.
At that point, you might as well, you only have a few seconds left in your duplicate. You might as well try and chuck your translocator over it. Maybe get an EMP where someone's trying to make some sort of ability move to the other side and have it fall into the little electronic ocean they got there. But
there's no reason not to use it.
Yeah, like there's no reason not to use it. Exactly.
Oh,
you see a Nano Monkey going in the back, forcing Bucky to use Trans.
Oh my goodness. Perfect counters for the ultimates. However, the bombs from Illegal Panda will catch Nomad off guard, and having those heals gone out of the equation early on is going to be very difficult to contend with. Nomad actually switching over to a Moira to get those AoE heals as they need them. Notice the point actually got captured over to Berkeley's side, which is going to be an interesting situation for Nile to take care of, as Bucky is deciding that they're going to take matters into their own hands. And all that piece of the monastery was for nothing, as we're going to be sending steel balls to everybody's foreheads, and we're going to reset this entire map as he's going to pick up 4 kills in this fight.
As you know what, and California Berkeley just be trickling in here. 1 win territory for ASU, and California Berkeley only has 3 people alive right now. 3 people are still respawning from trying to delay so much. Yes, they're going to be able to touch, but to an extent, it may be too little too late.
It is going to be. Oh, what a ball hit! Did you see that?
That was
a ball hit? What
that was
that?
Disgusting.
He knocked that man out of his bit. Oh my goodness! But sorry, I keep getting awestruck. Sorry, I'm just loving. I'm loving this. I'm loving this. What? But as Illegal Panda is going to be keep thrashing Splotchy Lime and company, and a bar-coded monkey is going to do their best to keep everyone off the point. They pick up a kill, move forward, make sure no one else is able to push forward, and the Sun Devils are going to pick up the first map, and a hotly contested one at that.
A very highly contested map, going all the way to stage 3. Both sides could take pluses on this. California Berkeley, especially this play right here, was disgusting. Going basically in Panda's face, so he can't block it, and that fire strike is just the thing of dreams. Like I don't know what else you need.
You see that, and you just can't help but smile as a Ryan person yourself.
Oh yeah, it's just like, oh, it's filthy
beautiful.
Good. It's like, why can't I do that in my comp games? But honestly, both sides going into this map too, it can go either way. Both teams.
Neither team should be feeling like they lost badly or anything like that.
Both teams neither team should be going with extreme confidence nor doubt, because it was going back and forth that entire time. I think ASU just had a grasp on that last stage a little bit more with that ball. They must have been practicing that, being able to kind of stall and get so many boop kills that the Winston for Cal just couldn't get. But going into map 2, it's anybody's game. If California Berkeley, obviously we're going to assume Kings Road is because everybody plays it, but as we've learned tonight, not everybody does. Not everybody prefers it. So kind of curious what California Berkeley has up their sleeve for their map pick.
Yeah, and even if it is Kings Row, it's going to be a very strange one, because unlike other games, for the most part, this has been a largely team-oriented play style. You're not seeing a whole lot of jump-out players. Moments. Not a lot of jump-out players.
It's been small pop-up moments, but overall it's because the team did something. Like the Moiety Soundbarrier that we were talking about. It's because the team, yes, California as a team had a very good push going in. They had the right idea using an early sound barrier, trying to get them before they can use a sound barrier and win control center. But then all of a sudden, ASU turns it on its head with that one move by Moiety, which doesn't get talked about as much as like a 4K Dragon Strike. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't get talked about as much, but it's just as influential even more potentially. So I think for both sides, you need somebody to pop off, whether it's a tank, a support, DPS, have that pop off potential that can fully carry your team over just the 50-50 line and more in like the 70-30 line.
I want to see Bucky get another 4K, because that happened at the very end there. If it's a support that does it, better be Bucky.
I would say Bucky he is something else. He's the veteran of that team, because most of ASU's team are freshmen and sophomores. And Bucky, I believe, I may be wrong on this, I hope I'm not wrong on my own team about this, is the lone senior. So for him, it's like, all right, this is my last shot. Let's do it. And he's been playing fantastic tonight, but also California Berkeley, Spotlight's been getting a lot of great hacks. That's great hacks.
He's been very uncontested in that regard.
A lot of great, again, yeah, as you said, uncontested. It's just not getting every single piece of value out of those hacks, which partially is credit to ASU for backing up, but partially a discredit to for California Berkeley not pushing in as they should. And look what we have. We have the mighty.
It's Mandana. He's alive.
He's alive.
He's alive. That I would love it if someone turned that into an actual Omnic, just the golden statue just steps off.
That's how Overwatch 2 starts.
That's true.
You never know.
Spoilers. You heard it here first.
Spoilers. I'm sorry.
You didn't warn them.
But we are going to be seeing California Berkeley on the offense first, kind of showing this Ryan Zarya look that is very familiar for Kings Row, as well as Arizona State coming out of spawn right now with the May, which I think could be a very good touch. All right, now we're looking at the movies. What do you think? You're going to see any of them?
I agree with the statement. Some like it bot. It's true.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Look at that DPI.
Right?
Look at that DPI. Fantastic. I am interested to see the interaction between Barcode and the double sniper composition of ASU, though.
And because I want to point something out quick.
Wait, no, hold on. I was about to say, no,
so
wait
yes,
a minute,
the
that's
top
not
bars
ASU.
are switched, but also we have Splat instead of on main tank, he's on Hanzo. And we have Spotlight on the Zarya. So I'm curious if they've practiced this a lot. It's a very weird swap, switching your main tank and DPS, but hey.
Oh my goodness,
they must
what
have
a sleep
confidence.
through the shields. Putting Berkeley's tank to sleep. However, the first interaction between the double snipers and Barcode is that Barcode will fall. Oh my goodness, and takes out Nile 2 and takes out the 7 and an anti-nade onto 3 Berkeley members. And I don't believe that Splotchy cares.
Yeah, Splotchy at this point like, alright. You know, I was on main tank and you kind of bullied me a little bit.
I was going to say, Splotchy is now playing. That's something that we forgot to point out, by the way, that Splotchy and Spotlight has switched positions.
Oh, so I tried to note it initially, but it was soon as like action got going and the sleep happened, so
it was too good.
It was too good. As he already has that Dragon Strike coming up, he's probably gonna use it before the grab comes up because he's probably building another one. But Barcode coming back, getting 7, evening this fight, kind of making sure they have a little more respect.
Oh, Illegal Panda in a weird situation. They are nano boosted, and they're going to be swinging through that Rhine shield. High power to 7 is also going to be trying to pick up the kill, and 7 picks up Barcode. Though it doesn't mean too much, given that 7's team is having to reset at the moment. However, it does seem like Arizona State is going to be wanting to back off here a little bit, as sitting near the spawn here on Kings Row is typically not the wisest of choices.
Not the wisest choice. You know, holding this archway does almost guarantee
a blocked Earth Shatter, pretty much, was also very nice. And, oh my goodness, so many parts to talk about. As you see a high-power Spotlight just walking down the center, and 7 walking down the other side. Both Zaryas are kind of just walking into each other's backlines and just kind of saluting each other as they walk by.
So you're like, oh, hello, how do you do? All right, one of us is going to die now. But right now, Moity is kind of contesting, and I don't know if you realize initially, he actually went up on high ground and killed 7 on Widow, which that is something Reddit Lucio dreams of. But now going into this, Nile is on this Hanzo, trying to get a little more value than on that May. I don't know if we had talked about it earlier, but this Grab Dragon combo is going to get filthy value.
Dragon Grab makes very sure that the 7 has determined that the best opportunity for them is to make sure that they end up in the respawn room.
So at that point, like, all right, trying to reset very quickly, so we can at least.
We're gonna get. He gets caught in the back line. He was trying to like, if they can't see me, I can't see them.
If I can't see them, they can't see me.
I'm not here.
Didn't work out. So far, the time for California Berkeley is insane. We're just over 5 minutes left to push through third points, but ult economy is slightly in ASU's favor, so we're curious if they can use this grab check-in combo to perfection like their counterpart.
Yeah, this upcoming Dragon Strike is going to be hype. There it is, as that Reinhardt is going nowhere, and that sound barrier was just out of range. That is a shame. That is a wasted sound barrier. I know they wanted to use it as a counterattack, and unfortunately, I think that was just a meter out of range.
Maybe just a meter, or maybe, I'm not sure exactly what would have been blocked by. Maybe Lucy was around the corner and didn't reach, but for whatever reason, Quality did die, So it was a reset for them, but now going into this fight, they have the ult advantage with almost every ult potentially coming up in this fight, depending on the length, except their sound barrier.
Oh, and Moity gets taken out by a 2-shot from 7. I'd love to point out that Barcode is also on the sniper position now, which we saw them on before, and it is a lovely thing to watch. Legal Panda gets put in a rough situation. Now both tanks and Nile and Bucky, oh my goodness, it is a bloodbath. Arizona State's walking back to the drawing board, and they do have enough time to give this one last contest.
They do have time to give it one last contest, as Walls at the moment for 7 are just end, so they know they're kind of coming out of the spawners at the moment. So right now ASU coming in with the Shatter, trying to get very early value with this, as long as it doesn't get blocked, which it does get the Zarya, but she is going to get Nano
a sleep stops that pin, and it is a counter pin, and Illegal Panda finds themselves in a situation they were not expecting to be in. Splotchy Lime does get taken out, but it does not matter too much when 5 members of Arizona are completely off the field. Doomfist will not get back in time, and Berkeley has a sizable time on King's Round.
A very sizable time for them, and if you're ASU, it was not great. There's probably a reason why California and Berkeley picked this map. They're very well versed in it, and you can tell by how much time they've left in the time bank. Like over 3 minutes, almost 3.5. So going in ASU, you have to do almost a near perfect run, just like California did, going into your attack. And I don't know, I was not expecting Splotchy to be this good on the Hanzo. Like going in like, all right, you know, main tank, kind of going in on DPS, maybe they have a niche. I was thinking maybe a Torbjorn, you never know, could have been showing up. But his Hanzo was actually cracked.
And he's going back onto DPS here, it looks like, as well, which is going to be very interesting to observe, given that he's on defense this time. You are going to see him go back onto the Hanzo, and there's going to be a dual tank setup on the defense as well as the offense.
I would say right now for that, honestly, ASU going with this Reaper May setup, going to try and wall off the Rhine, but California Berkeley tonight has great discipline on positioning, so I don't think YLT's going to get caught off too often with that. And if they can't shut down Splotchy, it may be a very long and very short-lived attack for the Sun Devils.
Definitely. Splotchy has proven to be a thorn in their side, to be certain. You aren't going to find a sniper up there, as they have not chosen to be a sniper. Splotchy Lion, I'm afraid. We're going to be pushing forward here. You're going to see Arizona State coming in strong, using that speed boost that both teams have, and Maywall having an interesting position that's kind of circumvented by that anti-nade. And indeed, Illegal Panda having a rough time with those lately as they get caught again in that anti-nade, and Moity is the person to actually pick up quality.
Obviously, the Maywall, yes, it was a bit weird, but it did, I believe, wall off Nomad for any heals, which...
Oh, yes, a headshot onto the baby diva on the ground. That was cruel and unusual.
That was cool, but this fight isn't over. Splotchy gets another kill, but is eventually going to go down to Nile. So yes, they don't get to keep the point A, but they do potentially get to set up on this first choke, or at least around this first corner, whereas if they would have just lost completely there, it would have been a full reset, and maybe as far as that second or third corner.
Yeah, and now they're going to have to fight their way through the streets phase. And right now, Berkeley is setting up probably for another Dragon Strike here. However, you're going to be waiting for those tank ultimates to come up, which means that right now Arizona needs to neutralize Illegal Panda before they become too strong. Actually, they're going to use their Dragon immediately in a surprise attack that actually catches 2 of them. Catches Nile on the follow-up as well. Not only did I not expect that, I don't think Arizona State expected that either.
Expected that Dragon Strike. They're probably thinking to themselves, all right, grab Dragon combo probably coming up this fight or next fight. And
just
the Dragon's kind of just
down the lane.
Yeah, Dragon's down the lane. You know, boys, me trying to attack, and yeah, Moity, respect the man. Put some respect on his name.
Splotchy Lime has been a dangerous adversary, and yet again, another unexpected DPS to come out of the woodwork after the first map, which is an interesting theme that we had carrying over from the second map.
So now going in, excuse me, trying to like loop all the way back around, which California Berkeley is somewhat clocked. The Maywall, it does wall off.
Oh, catches Nomad. That is unfortunate, as now 7 is smelling blood, as is Barcode. They're going to be pushing into it. They take out the main tank. They take out the off tank, and they are walking in, sweeping up getting a massive team kill, and they're going to be moving forward now into the starting part of this streets phase, trying to get past these corners before Berkeley resets. And indeed, the fight will probably take place on this second point here at the very end, as it does seem like Arizona State is going to be trying to make some space here.
Trying to make some space, making sure they can get around that corner and make them play at this little intersection, which that Maywall is going to be a very good Maywall.
Oh, it's a Maywall for the Death Blossom. What a beautiful play, and now it seems like Barcode just has free roam now, with the Maywall dividing them and then the team dividing both parts. That should be, as soon as they take off that last member, Splotchy, they're going to be taking the second point for free. And you said they needed to do a speed run. Well, they have heard your call, Twin Salty.
Apparently they could read my mind, or they're into the comms, because so far it's been a pretty flawless attack. I think California Berkeley is just not adjusting to this almost death ball comp that ASU is running with the May Reaper and the Lucio speeding him in. So right now, Splotchy line. Right now, sick grab dragon combo coming in probably.
And not quite what they wanted, though, as a sound barrier plus a coalescence is going to be keeping them on the edge. And off the edge you go. Diva has shoved you into the pits, down into where the Omnics live. And now 7 seems oblivious to their team situation.
Oh, I doesn't even know the Diva's coming up right behind me like, oh, hello there.
I'm gonna get you. Oh, hi there.
Great wall onto the left side, spawn north.
Yeah, but unfortunately, a blizzard is probably going to keep Koala there, and
what a
play! And now it is just cleanup, as that nano boosted Reinhardt was the major threat, and it was dealt with swiftly and professionally. And just look at that, Arizona State has 18 more seconds than Berkeley. Those are 2 dominant offenses.
2 very dominant offenses. ASU finishing with 18 seconds more than their counterparts, but all right, you're looking at both teams are looking at each other. All right, who can actually stop the other team? Because neither has so far in Kings Row. So right now, California Berkeley, you're somewhat confident because you know your attack was very well done. Yes, your defense was not great right after, so you maybe need to adjust a few things here and there, but you know how good your offense is. And if you're ASU, like, all right, yes, our offense was great, but now we need to play defense. We can't just let them keep bum rushing us like they have been.
And now, on the flip side, Arizona knows that as opposed to the bum rush that they've been doing, they only bum rush when they smell blood. And I would say that Nile probably has the best nose for that, as those Maywalls have been fairly clutch in forming a battlefield that is to the advantage of the Sun Devils. Ironic given the icy nature, but
yes, ironic. Maybe turn into the Ice Devils. You never know.
Those are some cool creatures, let me tell you. But we're gonna get this match started, as Spidey will be on the receiving end of a cheeky anti-nade that doesn't do much aside from insult them. But it's that mental game. Oh, but
what a
Maywall
from Nile.
And he's desperately trying to jump up the Maywall. Actually survives given the crack in the wall. That was a strange situation to be in.
That was one of the more stranger Maywalls we've seen. Ismain used another one here, trying just to survive a little bit, trying to be able to recontest. They're able to give up 2 ticks here, as they're just kind of contesting this point constantly. The Panda with the nano isn't going in, charging in. Barcode isn't going down. Panda's going to get 2 himself and forcing the California Golden Bears to kind of retreat here. You know, Panda is going to get killed, so maybe a bit of a stall kill here. If California Berkeley can kind of reset, maybe can recontest.
They should recontest too, because Illegal Panda does, while they do have a charge to get them back in the fight faster, they are much further behind than the respawns of California Berkeley, and they might actually just give. Oh no, they are not going to give this up without a fight. They barely get onto the point in time, and an Earthshatter behind the Reinhardt. Oh my goodness, what a positioning! They blinded that Reinhardt to the push by the Sun Devils Reinhardt too, because they slid on by using the ice wall as cover, and they slammed the backline with an Earthshatter. That was
a very well orchestrated play. I have to give it to Nile and Panda, and Panda's game awareness there. I realized, all right, yes, there's only 2 people in this shatter, but it's 2 of the most important people on Berkeley's team. It was a great play.
It was, and now Spotlight in a situation. Oh,
Grabbed
and an
it.
Eden grab. That you thought that was a good situation, not quite what you wanted. They're going to toss out the Dragon anyway, though. Doesn't quite get what they wanted. Does kind of split up the battlefield, but no one's able to quite take advantage of it. And right now, Arizona is in a good spot, given that there are 5 seconds left and not very many enemies left on the field for them. And a celebratory death. No, they did kill somebody with that. I thought it was celebratory death loss.
Celebratory death loss.
That's kind of BM.
It would have been a little BM, but as we talked about earlier, who can play defense? Because both offenses were extremely well done. Yeah, and ASU, yes, they showed.
Was provided.
They had great discipline as well with that disengage, knowing, all right, we can let them have a little bit more of that final tick, but as soon as Panda gets back, we're going to push in. 97.8%. 1 second later, and California Berkeley would have capped. So it was great discipline to back up, but also the timing of the recontest.
Indeed. And now we have to see whether Berkeley can hold up to the same level of defense that Arizona can, and we're not going to be seeing any more Hanzo from Splotchy. We're going to be seeing some Reaper instead. No crazy on-point projectile headshots from Splotchy anymore. No, the dual shotguns and the edgy nature will do.
I would say the edgy nature from Splotchy, yes. The Hanzo is working on offense and even at times on defense, but with the comp that ASU is running, it just doesn't work because you don't have that much time just to sit there and shoot because they're running at you pretty much 24/7. Going into this California Berkeley, if you can protect 7 in the backline, and if 7 can pop off and get some good shots, you still have a very good chance here to defend this.
Correction, by the way, 24/7.
Yes.
Yeah. No. 7 is the other team. You have to understand.
I hate that there's 2 7s. Why did they have to do this to us?
I love it took you a minute to recover there. But yeah, no, you're going to be seeing, oh my goodness, Quality immediately catching Bucky off guard and Barcode. That is going to be a swift reset for Arizona, as Berkeley is saying, not yet, try harder. It will not be done in one go.
We're look at Koala. Quality is 88% to shatter already.
Yeah, like he put up a lot.
An insane charge rate. But if you're ASU, you like that fight just because it is very quick. A very quick fight, in and out, not too much off the clock, reset, and push forward. But California Berkeley, with that fight being such an alt gain, their alt economy is going to be a lot better.
Yeah, and you're going to be seeing Spotlight now in the backline, uncontested, and Earth Shatter doesn't quite catch who they want. However, Illegal Panda will go down. That's 2 main tanks down, and Barcode, which means that there is a significant lack of DPS for Arizona since they've lost both of their DPS now. That will be a reset again with the Baby Diva getting staggered again. This has been expert staggering by Berkeley and might actually win them some points here.
Let's see, that stagger alone gives them 10 more seconds.
Yeah.
Which, especially with how close Arizona State spawn is, it may be a huge difference maker. So we'll just have to see going into this. Right now, California Berkeley is going to have a lot of ults going their way. ASU maybe slightly a little bit longer here, but they don't have that much time as we pushing through Motel and trying to catch the back line.
If they can last until the mid-fight, Arizona State can have almost every single ultimate at their disposal, and they can use every single one.
S7 keeps another grab.
And Splotchy Lime catches both the main tank and 2 healers. Oh my goodness, that is an entire wiped field. They got some ultimate charge. Unfortunately, they used a Coalescence, and they used their Earth Shatter. However, they do have some ultimates available, and they have some time to reach the points as well. Can they touch it? Yes, they do. Bucky gets taken out, though, which is the main healing and the off healing, too, and the main DPS. That is not a good situation for Arizona to be in, and indeed, the entire team gets wiped before they can even make it a real fight, which is unfortunate for Arizona State. However, that is only 1-1 and only map 2. 1 + 1 is 2, quick maths. We will be moving on to map 3 very soon here. That was an impressive display by Splotchy Lime, if I do say so myself, and a bit of a surprise to Arizona State, I imagine.
I bet it was, yeah, it was definitely a different attack than what they did earlier. And don't be wrong, that was true for both sides. ASU had a very good defense, but California Berkeley taught him a few things on that overtime defense. it just ruled it. ASU I believe they had like 218 in the time bank. We're just getting ults in like 18 seconds. It took them 2 minutes, which if you're only getting your ults in 2 minutes, it's not a great stat. And like, I think 2 or 3 shatters came out for California Berkeley. And yes, the grab gets eaten. But because the grab gets eaten, the Death Blossom in your backline is getting tons of value. It's like, S7 had to pick one, and yes, we don't know if they picked the right one or not, just because it's how it goes. Both abilities can win or lose you a fight. But California Berkeley, it's a great job. All right, we're going to throw the grab here. We're going to throw the Death Blossom over there. They can't get both. They're going to lose that fight no matter what.
Yeah, it was a divided front will fall, as they say. We're going to be seeing whether Arizona State can pull it together and unite under a single banner, not split up too much, and if Berkeley can keep them divided right after this break. Stay tuned.
Send us.
And we are back. We're moving on to Havana for Escort. We are going to see some spawn camping, I do believe, my friend.
I believe so too. Maybe some double sniper action, seeing that 7 was very good on that Widow, but as we know in the past, Barcode can definitely bring it out as well. So kind of curious on what the look will be here as ASU will be starting on offense.
Yeah, and you're going to be seeing Ashes on both sides. Not quite double sniper, like 1.5 snipers, you know?
Yeah, 1.5 versus 2, I would say. I don't know. As just so you guys know, at the top is swapped. It'll be probably switched in a second here, but that is the lovely thing of live production.
It is wonderful. Well done, everybody in your respective remote computers. You're going to see Wrecking Ball on the left kind of hiding as they kind of wait for the sniper battle to finish, and Bucky is the one that finishes it off.
I say, don't mess with Bucky, man. The old man still got a few tricks up his sleeve.
Man, old man. Dude's like 22.
I know. I'm just saying, compared to the rest of the team.
Yeah, I know. He's hanging out with a bunch of Zoomers. But anyway, Seven is in a rough situation as I think they got revived earlier, but they're still in a low health situation with no healers. And Spotlight has made themselves known now to this Orisa Sigma composition. And Spotlight's going to be having a rough time against someone who can just ignore CC.
Oh, so right now Spotlight's kind of in the back, but I believe he's going to get caught out. He will.
Yeah.
You know,
And Splotchy actually picks up Barcode. Look at that. And Bucky gets taken out. The snipers are having a heyday right now.
I would say it's just an absolute heyday for every sniper involved. And right now ASU just I like the double shield concept, but
at 1 minute and 10 seconds, Splotchy has their Bob as well, which is
and Niall's only at 50%, so that kind of tells you the difference on who's winning that battle at the moment.
Yeah, I know, and it's a tough battle to win. Splotchy has proven that they are not only a competent tank, but a competent DPS as well. It does seem that Illegal Panda is going to be trying to make a situation here, kind of just plopping themselves in the middle. However, they get knocked out of it.
Yeah, great walls there from Barcode. Being able to pick up 7 as well as the Bob going down, so it'll be a 6-on-5 for the Sun Devils pushing up. And Koala is going to be using the Graphitic Flux, trying to get Bucky, and Bucky is just going to get picked off by Splotch at the near end, but will pay their life for it. Sun Devils slowly winning this fight, but it can still go either way. There's a huge resume going on to Splotchy, and Transcendence is popped as well from Spidey, evening this fight out with Bob as well, getting killed off very quickly.
Yeah, I would say they focused down Bob really hard there, and it seems like the mines will solidify this fight, as they're going to have a hard time pushing against those mines with certain key personnel missing. People like Sigma can take care of mines very easily, provided that they have a full shield, so they are going to wait for those mines to fade. Oh, but Seven getting a cheeky snipe onto Niall. That was rude.
That was... You told Niall probably just pounded his desk at that point. All right. This is how we're playing this? Okay. But I'm kind of curious with Spotlight hanging out in the background, trying to get some ult charge, but you gotta be careful. He's gonna get burned down very quickly, and it's great peel from the Sun Devils who can take this advantage now with no way that Nomad is gonna get that res.
No, it's a little too far into the back line now. It seems like they're just gonna burn Gravitic Flux on taking the sniper out of position, which is brutally efficient, but
brutally efficient. And just a little interesting, but hey, you realize that your win condition is silencing 7. That's what you do right there. And I also like this Bob switch
Bob
as well.
Is a situation where he's just railing bullets into the flabby folds of Roadhog, just sitting there taking it and healing.
And I do like the switch from Illegal Panda onto the Roadhog. As 7 is going to get another pick onto Moity.
And the Transcendence
is going to assist the push. Back.
You know, the Transcendence assisted that push back onto the point because you only had 2 members. With 2 members coming back, one of them being Zenyatta, and Zenyatta says, you guys can still win this, it's winnable, and he pops the Transcendence, says, go, do your thing, and that's exactly what they did. They wrecked house, and now with the mines on the beginning of this fight, things are going to be a little difficult for the Sun Devils to overtake, especially with Bob wandering around in the back there, and it seems both of the Wrecking Balls here are going to have to contest each other. And Sigma having a rough time dealing with Spotlight as Spotlight's getting all up in their grill. Nomad does get picked up out of the sky though. Barcode also picking up both healers.
Both supports, yeah.
Which means that Berkeley is in a rough situation, and it does seem like Arizona is going to live for another day as those key picks pave the path to survival.
Yeah, it looked like everything was lost for ASU as there was no end in sight, but then Bucky coming in with that Transcendence kind of, I don't want to say negating, or pretty much giving Spotlight's minefield no effect, just getting rid of everything. Panda stalling just enough to where the rest of the team can come in, and Barcode, like even just going on to that Tracer last thing and getting both supports, it's an absolute game changer and turn the tide of that fight.
Absolutely, and you're going to be seeing Barcode contesting Splotchy Lime and shows him what's good with an arrow. Oh my goodness.
He's like, all right, I could see, I saw you played Hanzo in the last map and you're pretty good. Let me show you mine. You know, we can definitely have some good games here. Nomad is going to get a res on the Spidey, but it may just be more just so Spidey doesn't have to walk all the way back from spawn.
Yeah, because I know that there's going to be a team fight here and they're going to need both supports, but both supports get caught up in a Gravitic Flux, which drops them both to half health, and a bomb from Nile will make sure that Spidey does not get back up. These picks are insane by Pac-U right now. He is on point.
Is popping off. Like that right click even onto Splotchy right there at the very end, not knowing that, all right, Bucky's just going to be charging up a right click around that corner. So right now, ASU goes through that inside phase fairly quickly, and now it's up to California to fight back. If there's going to be a point in this map where a sniper is going to get advantage from Splotchy, it's going to be right here.
Yeah, to that note, is that what California needs to do to win? Because right now they're losing momentum.
I would say try and get as much value on as Splotchy as possible, and maybe even get 7 back onto the Widow. Yes, he has Deadeye right now on McCree, so maybe he wants to use that with Koala's Graphitic Flux. But I don't know. It's as we've seen in the past, Splotchy is gonna in the
He's
back.
Gonna sacrifice the Deadeye. That is not. Honestly, I don't think that's the wrong play. I don't think that's the wrong call.
I don't
he
think
needs
it's
to
the
switch
wrong
to a sniper here.
Because there's no guarantee that that Deadeye Graphitic Flux combo works, and you just get instant value as well as Splotchy swapping off of the Ash and out of the Soldier. So 4 different hit scans, which
yeah, these are some interesting changes,
interesting.
and Splotchy is the first person to get some value, getting the pick onto League of Panic, and Nile showing that he is still a competent DPS when he brings out that hit scan, forcing Arizona State to reset. And now Arizona State's in a situation where their team composition has changed, or the team composition that they've been fighting has changed. What do they need to make happen here?
They need to isolate Splotchy or just negate value, because right now he can just run around and do anything he wants. As we saw in that first team fight, got so much value, and then it helped that, yes, Koala T lifts him all up, and it's like, all right, here you go, Soldier, just get him up. As you know, as we're talking about that, Nile is going to be picking off Splotchy. Not sure if nobody's going to try and get that res. So advantage Sundove's going in as 7 is going to force out the Transcendence for Cal.
Yeah, and he's forcing the Transcendence to put in some work, too. Forcing their positioning. A second Transcendence is going to pop out, this time from ASU, as Nile is going to be pushing up, taking out Quality, and now you're going to be seeing Splotchy Lime come back onto the field. They need to deal with that again if they're going to have a chance here. And 7, weirdly, still trying to get snipes in this close quarter situation, mostly just because they haven't died. You think that's
7's up there right now?
Hold on, that might be that might have been intentional, actually. Now that I think about it, Spotlight is the only one left on the field. They're just trying to clean them up to get this last bit of point. They don't even have overtime. And frankly, I don't know if that was intentional or not, but a genius play if it was, to keep the Widow alive so they can't switch.
Yeah, keeping the Widow alive and the Mercy as well, so the Mercy can't swap off to Lucio. And honestly, it was a good play, and Spidey got caught off very late there as well, so he didn't have time to swap off of the Zen and onto the Lucio. It was, I don't know, granted, is it intentional? Maybe, maybe not. We really don't know, but overall, it was a great play. I think it was a decent attack for ASU, but also a very decent defense for Berkeley. Everything worked. They kind of got snowballed a little bit on the second point, early third, but I'm curious to see what they're going to pull out here on the offense.
Oh, baby.
We have a Bastion.
I smell a robot, and his name is Barcode. How appropriate.
Barcode, are we sticking with this?
Yeah, they're on defense. They have to. They're walking out.
Oh, my
They're
God.
going to be...
See, I wonder if they're going to have like a very weird spawn hold with this, or if they're going to be going on high ground. I'm not sure.
Not only is this on defense, which means it's not actually a pirate ship, it's actually just a Bastion strat.
It's just a double shield Bastion.
But they're doing it in a 1-1 tie.
It's definitely interesting. I will say that.
And
they're
what
just,
a position, too.
It's a different kind of spawn hold. We usually have like the Rhines at the doors, but
Barcode's
yeah, you
built...
can tell California Burgers be like, what did we just walk into?
Barcode's built different. He'll be fine.
And Bucky is gonna get a nice headshot there on the Splotchy. And so right now, if you're counting, you reset. Everybody goes in spawn and like, all right, what do we switch to? How do we counter it? And what can we do right now just to try and change the tide of this? Because there's no way they can dive into it. But as I'm saying that, 7 is gonna get a snipe on the Bucky, which does hurt ASU's chances of holding the spawn hold for very long.
Yeah, no, they're slowly losing shield, and by slowly I mean very, very quickly, as Barcode will finally fall down, and I suspect you were going to be seeing some hero switches in the very near future. Or maybe not.
Maybe.
Oh no, there we go. There we go. I was going to say, like, suddenly there's a lack of kill feed, and then all 4 of them pop up. Ah, I see.
So Barcode is be swapping off of the Bastion and out of the Widow, but granted, it does take a minute off the clock. You look at it that way. It takes a minute off the clock for free. As 7 is going to show Barcode who is the better Widow, at least at that exact moment. Obviously, Barcode is going to try and get some revenge at some point during this match. But right now, California Berkeley pushing up, going to have their window, maybe a trans as well as a Hanzo ult. So going into this next fight, we can definitely see some changes as well as Panda swapping onto that ball, trying to get some more rockets, and maybe trying to challenge Splatchy a little bit more.
Maybe, but at the same time, you're going to be seeing a rock sail through that amplification field, which is a lethal weapon in its own right. However, it does not catch anybody, and 7 is going to find themselves in a situation that they do not want to be in, and indeed, Arizona is going to find the entire bit wiped there, and the rock can put that spinning to rest as Arizona State is going to reset. Barcode's going to switch over to Hanzo, and we're going to find ourselves inside Robotico.
We are going to see Nile as well swap onto the Tracer and Moidy onto the Mercy. Kind of just trying to do a completely different look. Realizing, all right, this isn't working. What do we switch? How do we switch?
I thought that was a headshot. I really thought 7 got a headshot there.
It's the ping. It's the ping.
Oh my goodness.
7 is being caught in a rough spot.
I'd say he's causing a problem.
Ball, we're diving, but somehow gets away. Great peel from his team. Dragon's kind of going onto the high ground, making sure ASU is kind of going into that one side, and it's going to make this a 6v4 as Splotchy is going to get a very quick kill on the Moidy, as well as Barcode.
My goodness, Splotchy, with your bow and arrow, you have brought a bow and arrow to people who can time travel, use gravity against you, and what have you done? You've used a bow and arrow. In the words of Hawkeye, none of this makes any sense.
None of this makes any sense at all, and right now, California Berkeley, they're steamrolling right now. They're going to have a few ults up their sleeve. Splotchy is going off of the Hanzo and onto the Tracer as Moidy is, both supports for ASU are very lit, so trying to hide in that little background, but it doesn't help because 3-4 of them are down. Transcendence isn't being popped out. 7's trying to salvage this fight, but I think it's all for naught, as Bucky will be going down S7 shortly after. And
yeah, honestly, I'm
right
surprised so many
Berkeley.
ultimates are being used on this, to be totally honest. I'm surprised Transcendence was used on this. I'm surprised the Mines were used on this. That's 2 ultimates that ultimately weren't going to stop them.
They use, I'm trying to think here, they used Transcendence, they used Graphitic Flux, they used Minefield.
Well, Graphitic Flux was valid because the fight was still winnable. Like, that was... It
would have had to been a very big Graphitic Flux.
Yeah, but he was after 2 of the supports. He caught one of them, and the other one was low health.
Oh,
Barcode just gets popped out of the air like a clay pigeon. And that is brutal for Barcode, as 7 has so far just been stuffing them. They need to focus more on this Widow 1v1 that they're so clearly being challenged to.
And I think that's part of it is Nile going onto the Ash, trying to give a little more pressure, making sure the Widow has to check more than one person, as Barcode is going to get quality, maybe quality overextending just a tiny bit. And Barcode at this point is just standing all the way back at his spawn. They're like, all right, can he even get me back here? Can he get me back here? Am I safe?
Well, there he is. He's up there. They see each other. Widow 1v1. Can either of them hit the shot? Boom! One hits the body, one hits the head. And that was the name of the game.
And it's Nomad as well.
There are clay pigeons going up everywhere around here. And it seems like the Widows are more than happy to oblige.
More than happy to oblige. And right now, for ASU, a reset. They get to finally calm down.
Oh, he tried to get him in spawn.
That was, if he would have got that, that would have been absolutely filthy.
Oh my goodness. He had the audacity and he went for it.
He had it, dude. You gotta put some more respect on Seven's name. You've been splitting it with him this entire series. You can't be doing my man like that.
Honestly, and now Quality will actually be the first to fall, giving ASU a little bit of breathing room. Now that they've taken out the immortality field as well, everyone is mortal on this field for sure. Oh, and a snipe on a splotchy lime, a perfect use of that ultimate, and it does seem that 7 will take out Barcode yet again. However, 7 will pay their life for it this time around. And the big problem here, honestly, is that California Berkeley keeps on respawning right there. I mean, they're sitting in front of the spawn, which means that every time 7 dies, he just walks out of spawn and keeps sniping in the situation.
I was saying this, it seems like this fight never ends.
Flux, look at that. Look at that. That was amazing.
A beautiful gravitic flux by S7, and it's gonna make S7's gonna get a pick on Barcode.
They are bullying Barcode here.
Splotch is be swapping onto the Hanzo as well, so trying to bring it to him a little bit more with this double sniper instead of trying to force that tracer to work.
Indeed, and right now it seems like 7's objective is to just focus down targets. Once they pick the target, that target needs to go down for them, it seems like. You are going to see Bucky use the Transcendence. Spidey's going to use his Transcendence a second after that, which means that really nobody's dying here, unless Barcode just shoots 7 in the face, which they will be more than happy to oblige to do. And it seems like Spotlight is going to lose to their duo as well. And Barcode putting out a lot of damage to secure that team fight as well, though we didn't see much of it in the kill feed.
He's going for it. He's going for it.
He really wants it, dude. They have it in for each other now, and he takes it Spidey too. Oh my goodness. These two have it in for each other, and I am living for this rivalry.
I'm living for it as this series keeps going in the show match. But right now, we're under a minute now. Going into this, California Berkeley had over 4 minutes going into this.
And Barcode takes out Splotchy Lime as well.
Oh my god, my man, he is going insane right now. But
he's
right now,
if you won't come out and face me, I will kill your friends. Face me.
That's fair. You know, now's gonna be getting Spotlight, and oh, it just can't get it. The range.
They don't finish each other. They do not finish each other. Meanwhile, while we're going nuts over this Widow 1v1, an actual team fight in the important part of Overwatch is happening. And California Berkeley will wipe once again. It does seem they are getting these not intricate kills. They're getting these very important kills. However, they haven't been able to follow up on it. They haven't been able to get the key illegal Panda or the key S7 or the key Moiety. They've been sitting back there and have been mostly untouched, which is what has kept them in this situation. And Barcode might have just sealed the deal in winning the most important 1v1 of this entire set.
I was saying a great rock from Quality is not going to matter too much, as S7 is like, all right, I'm just going to drop back down. The rest of my team is farming you, and the Sun Devils will be winning map 3. But this is, as we've said, anybody's series. It's probably, I want to say, it's one of the closest series we've had in all of Pac-U.
Definitely, this has been a very, very close match. Granted, the first one with Washington State and Colorado was pretty darn close too.
Overall.
Like this has been some top tier Pac-U collegiate Overwatch. This has been fantastic. And right now we're seeing just one of many plays that happened in that map alone. But we do find ourselves now on match point for Arizona State. And do you think it's going to go to 2-2? Because Payload has a tendency to typically favor the winner from what we've seen. But then again, today proved us wrong.
I would say going into Assault, obviously we don't play Assault normally.
Yes, excuse me, 2CP.
Yes. Going into 2CP, we don't know what California is going to want to run. It's just the nature of it, just because Pac-U usually is best of 3, so we don't see it. Just because partially it's the most hated game mode in the community. But going into Volskaya, I think you give 7 a lot of room to do what he needs to do. And yes, he's going about even, I would say, with Barcode. They're throwing punches back and forth, having the little streaks.
I don't know. Barcode was hurting until the end there.
And then 7 gets a few. It's going back and forth like this. But I think the big thing is to be the support battle, because we've seen Bucky a few times gets like obnoxiously good shots. But as well as California Berkeley, it's not as much the shots for them, but the peel and survivability. Their supports live for so long. it's ridiculous how much extra value they give just because they're living, just because they're still giving that healing output out and saving themselves from those ultimates. So I'd watch it for the support battle. If I'm going to pick anything other than the Widow 1v1, which we've been just like we've been loving it. But
I would love to point out that honestly, I would say that the reason why the survivability is so high is because the snipers are 1v1.
Yes. Oh, don't get me wrong. It definitely has a factor to it, but once in a while, it seems like Bucky or Morty will die first before any of the California Berkeley supports will.
Yeah.
And I would say the slight majority of these fights, it's just a credit to California Berkeley. Their peel has been amazing tonight. Support's taking angles. Yes, Barcode does get the Zenyatta a few times. Spidey does get caught at a few times. But Spidey overall has been getting shots as well. I just don't think he's been getting the final blows that Bucky has on that Zenyatta.
No, and that might just be a matter of experience because, like you said, Bucky has been involved in this sort of thing for quite a while. So
he's the old veteran.
Indeed. I know that they've been around the block several times.
Yeah, he's been around the block a few times. You gotta give my man respect. But Spidey is giving him a run for his money. Spidey has some very good plays tonight, and those transcendences that he uses are very timely. They do save the fight a lot of the time for the Golden Bears. So if you can just get more of that, and just I don't know, it's gonna be a flip of a coin. Try and get the tempo in your favor.
Indeed. And now that we're going to be headed straight to Volskaya here, you can expect to see that sniper. Oh, just prove me wrong then. Why don't you, Seven? I think Barcode showed up like, yeah, we're going to fight for another map. And like Seven said, no, I'm playing Swordbearer.
Well, Seven's still in spawn, so we'll have to see. He's been kind of flirting around with different options, but...
Seven gets to play attack, so they get to mess around with their character options a lot here. But Barcode is ready to fucking... They're gonna freaking throw down, dude.
He's ready to go. Like, come on, man. We just got done with round 1. I'm ready to keep going. But the big thing I'm going to look at here is the tank battle because S7 and Pin are going for this ball Sigma thing that they've been running a few times tonight when Koala and Spotlight are going for that normal Ryan Zarya look. I'm kind of curious how much value Payne is going to get, especially with 7 being on that McCree with that stun. Probably going to try and negate as much value from him as possible.
And there you go. The backline gets popped up into the air immediately. And you would expect that someone got picked off, and Niall was only able to get a little bit more damage. That was a good peel by the supports and the tanks to put out those healing abilities, make sure no one gets picked out of the air too quickly by a stray ash shot, for example. And you do see the tanks actually rushing up the top here. They're pursuing this roundabout way on the top catwalks here, which is interesting. Not something you see very often on Volskaya. And Illegal Panda is having their own time trying to deal with a Reaper, who's kind of their biggest problem. Oh, and gets pinned, thinking that they have Quality, and Quality says no. However, they do get picked off by Illegal Panda's ally, Niall. Niall staying alive, sitting on the point, defending as best as they can, and it seems that Arizona is a little bit disorganized. However, Barcode is going to be pursued by the team that he is so fervently against, and Illegal Panda is going to be the one to slam down and actually help take out the 2 DPS, which is going to force California Berkeley to slow down here and reassess the situation, as it were.
We're going to see Splotchy swapping onto the Hanzo, as well as Spidey going onto that Brig, that Brig pick, just trying to deal with Panda, because Panda's just been a nuisance in their backline. But for them, try and get a good window, and then just try and build up Shatter, because you got to think, they don't have Sigma Shield. If you break Sigma Shield, which is only 700 health, free Shatter, free value, and potentially a free win.
And looks like they're going to be trying to round the left side here. They might be trying to go up into that catwalk again, which I find to be a very interesting strategy. Splotchy finding themselves in a situation where both Tracer and Wrecking Ball have just decided to just bully them out of existence, as Splotchy has proved too much of a threat to ignore. They decided to take it seriously, and now they've decided to start stuffing it.
And now, I believe 4 members of California Berkeley are kind of just stuck in this room, as Bob is just going to be put outside. Pana's just going to pile drive down, and there's nowhere for them to go. You either have Bomb on one side or you got Pana on the other. So for them,
both
it's just
have
to reset
automatic weapons coming out of their wrists.
Yes, which doesn't help you. Nomad is gonna be swapping off the Baptiste and onto the Ana. Again, just more anti-ball and anti-tracer. Just trying to negate as much value as they can, but it's been solid so far. And right now for ASU, you got 4 ults coming your way. California Berkeley also has 3, maybe a very late rally. So I'm curious to see what this grab can do for the Golden Bears.
Definitely, you're going to be seeing Berkeley try to just walk down onto the point. Nile taking out 7 before they can even get a Deadeye. That was brutal efficiency. And Illegal Panda trying to make the most out of the situation. However, they do get anti-native, which means they need to move in and out fast, but that is Wrecking Ball's specialty. However, they do get stuck in the corner and stunned into oblivion. They're going to be moving out now that they have the main tank dealt with, the main nuisance. However, there's one more nuisance on the field, and that would be Tracer, as well as the entire rest of the team that has remained untouched and up on an elevated position. However, the rally armor coming out is going to make that rather difficult. Transcendence is going to keep the Graviton Surge from doing any permanent damage, and Illegal Panda is going to come flying back with a mine set up everywhere and does get hit with an Earth Shatter, though there is no follow-up, at least not in time. And that lack of follow-up might be their undoing with 15 seconds left in this round. They're currently trying to stagger out this very, very stubborn Spidey. However, they do get finished off about 5 seconds till, which means they're going to be running into a 5v6 here, which is going to be very, very challenging. They do take out the Wrecking Ball, who is not even able to touch. What a stun. I believe that was Moidy that stunned them and kept them from even touching the point. No overtime allowed for you.
What a defense. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think either support for ASU died. Genuinely. I don't believe either of them did.
That was quite a round and a stunning defense. I do believe Arizona State has found, as we said before, that groove.
Yes, as we talked about at the beginning of this match, whoever finds their groove is going to win. And it looked like initially California Berkeley, they were grooving, they were dancing, they were feeling good. And then the Sun Devils kind of just brought it back like, all right, we're going to switch the song and we're going to do our thing. And that was a perfect defense. I would love to, I don't know the stats obviously, but I would love to see the stats on deaths for each team, because maybe on the ASU side 5, 6 throughout that whole defense. I may be wrong, but it was not very much. So I give credit to the support line and for everybody else just being aware of their positioning and aware of where California is.
Yeah, you're going to be seeing a interesting setup here by Berkeley, as it is a situation where they have to defend and not let them get a single tick, which does mean that 7 is going to come out with a turret, as it's pronounced.
The legendary Torbjorn.
Turret, you have to say turret.
Turret.
But Spotlight is going to be coming out also with yet another delaying character, a Wrecking Ball. Let's see if they can make good use of it. And it does seem, what a cheeky kick onto that turret.
Angle?
I've never seen that in my life, but that is amazing.
What is it? I'm using that in ranked. That is an insane angle. And Bucky is going to get picked off very early from
Write that down.
Barcode comes right back with it. So it's going to be res back to a full 6-on-6 as Ace will be pushing the agenda on the point.
Yep, and now Tracer is the one trying to make an effort to make some noise. However, they find themselves in pretty low health situations at the moment. Both teams having a Wrecking Ball, which means players are flying everywhere. And there is a lot of low health on this field. Barcode will be the first to fall, with Nomad soon to follow. Debatably, Nomad being much more important, with Quality falling as well as a lack of shields. That is a severe lack of healing, and that is a severe lack of hamsters and rolling balls of death. However, Spotlight is going to be staying alive over a little bit longer. Never mind, Niall's going to make sure there are no living survivors here with the assistance of 7. That will be the match, and I do believe that is the series, as Arizona State University takes the entire thing 3-1. That was a great set of maps.
That was a great set of maps. Granted, map 4 was a little more one-sided than the rest of the night. But what a series. Like, both teams were chucking haymakers back and forth up until this map. California has nothing to hang their heads on. They played spectacularly, especially on Kings Row. They put on a clinic on how to do an offense and an overtime defense. So they should definitely not be mad at themselves tonight. But ASU's, I think, versatility and adaptability was just slightly better tonight. But honestly, as we talked about before, it's more of a team got in a groove. And I think as soon as ASU got into Havana and they started grooving, going into Volskaya, that's all they needed. They didn't need to do too much more. But I don't know. Who MVP tonight for that game, Artie? Do you got any ideas?
Oh, man. MVP for that night. There were so many good ones, though. That's the problem.
There were a lot of good ones.
Good things. Oh, the entire thing has just decided that I'm going to be in like 360p now. But anyway, oh my goodness, I would say Moity, honestly. Like
I was going to say Bucky. The support line in general.
Yeah,
tonight,
the support
we're just going to give a general
MVP.
Support line for the Sun Devils was perfect.
Yeah, that's not going to fix. Anyway,
yeah, it's technology in 2020. Yeah. I'm not sure. It is what it is.
No,
but honestly, like as we talked about, I don't think either of them died on that Volskaya defense. And just the amount of clutchability that both of them have is ridiculous. Unleashing, they kind of got shunned out a little bit at times, but as they kept on getting going, they started outshining a little bit Spidey and Nomad, just very slightly in the offensive capabilities. Yes, California Berkeley supports up until Volskaya. Obviously, that was a complete different map. We're just going to kind of block that out. It was a brutal map, and you don't expect that going into it. It's just, all right, Bucky, fair play. You were hitting your shots tonight and Zen. You were hitting your shots at anything you played, and you're keeping your team alive. So fair play to you, sir.
They found their groove. And honestly, what more can you ask for?
Exactly. What more can you ask for?
Anyway, congrats to tonight's final winners. Thank you so much for joining us here at Pac-U tonight and spending time with our production crew, players, and talent. This is the last you'll see of us this academic semester, so stay tuned until...
Thing, Artie.
Oh, what?
Can I say one thing before you send us off?
Yeah, sir.
I want to give a specific shout out to the production team that's week in, week out, in the background that you guys don't see. Jake, competitive coordinator. Uni, tech producer. Lance, who's kind of got thrown in just recently due to scheduling conflicts. He's done amazing. Our observers, Rian and Foodward. Everybody else involved, Abby, Joe, everybody else involved that I'm guessing I'm missing a few, and I'm very sorry if I am.
There are too many to count as it is a collective effort.
Thank you.
It is fantastic. Everything that you see here was made by so many people that were involved in this entire process. I thank every single one of them. You all should too, in the chat, on Twitter, anywhere. They've all done amazing, and this could not be done without them.
Oh, 100%.
Either way, this is the last you'll see of us this academic semester, like I mentioned. So stay tuned until next semester for more Pac-U collegiate action. And until then, good night and good luck.
Peace.